Hello, hello. Okay, so let's get this done.
You've just been hired. Congratulations. But first, there's the matter of coffee. We all know that programmers can't work unless they're loaded up on coffee. So your company has asked you to create the code for a coffee machine. Now, you very cleverly go online and look at the other coffee machines, and you notice that it only costs $230 to buy a coffee machine. But you're not going to cheat. You're going to create everything from scratch. And luckily, we don't actually have to build the hardware because we're programmers, right? But we're going to use this real life coffee machine as the inspiration for our virtual coffee machine, noting the features and the capabilities. So, what does it say? I found some wonderful graphics on here which tells
This is like the weirdest project. Why would you make a Python coffee machine? Doesn't make any sense.
me that there are 3 hot flavors, which I'm guessing are these 3 buttons. It's coins operate, which I think they mean it's coin operated, and there's not much else that it can do. Let's take this example and we're going to make a digital version of it. We're going to create our own coffee machine. And the first step we need to replicate is the ability to make 3 hot flavors. So the flavors we're going to make are 1 espresso, 2 latte, and 3 cappuccino. Here are the recipes for these 3 types of drinks. Each of them requires a different quantity of water, a different quantity of coffee, and a different quantity of milk. And they also each have a different price. We're going to be modeling all this data in our coffee machine program as well. But
Oh, the cappuccino is pretty expensive. Espresso, it's fine. That's her price. Latte, kind of overpriced as well.
luckily for you, in the starting code, I've already included all of this data inside a dictionary, so you don't have to remember this. Although it might help if you're at home and you decided that you really wanted a latte instead of your usual black coffee. Now, in addition, the coffee machine has some resources that it has to manage. So it starts out with 300 mils of water in the tank, 200 mils of milk, and 100 grams of coffee. The second feature of our coffee machine is that it's coin operated. So we're going to be using American coins. And they have 4 types of coins: the penny, the nickel, the dime, and the quarter. They used to also have the dollar as a coin, but a few years ago they stopped minting that, so we're not going to count it.
Okay, so we're gonna use bare coins. Nobody uses them, but the dollar is more used right now. The pennies, nobody uses pennies no more. Nickel, quarter, dime. Interesting.
And it probably means one less if statement for us. Notice what each of these coins are worth. The penny is worth a cent, the nickel worth 5 cents, and the dime 10 cents, and the quarter is a quarter of a dollar. These represented in decimal values would look something like this. Now here's the important part. Let's think about what our program requirements are if we break it down. 1, we need our coffee machine to be able to print a report. It needs to be able to tell us what resources it has left, how much water it has left, how much milk, etc. So let's say that we wanted a report on all the resources that the machine has. All we have to do is type report and we can see all the resources we have. Now, in addition to being able to print a report, we also want to be able to check that the resources are sufficient when the user orders a drink. Now, let's say that the user decided to order a latte. It asks me to insert some coins, and then it gives me the change and it gives me the latte. But now, if I check the report, I can see that I've only got 100 mils of water left. And I know from the previous slide that a latte and a cappuccino is going to need more than that amount of water. So let's see what happens if I go ahead and order a cappuccino. It says, sorry, there's not enough water. So our program is able to look through all the resources that the machine has, checks it against the recipe of the drink that we're trying to make and tells the user if there is insufficient water or if there's insufficient.
So far there is 3 features. There is the print report feature that prints all the resources available. The second one is you enter the money, which is the coins, and we make our calculations, how much that espresso costs. We are going to deduct that from your money that you gave, and then we're going to give you the change. Interesting. And the third thing is gonna be how much resources that coffee costs, and we're going to deduct that as well. Seems like an easy program so far.
Sufficient milk, and as long as one of the resources is insufficient, then it can't make the drink, and it gives the feedback to the user. Now, as you saw before, our program also needs to be able to process coins because our machine is coin operated. So no fancy contactless payments or pay with your Apple Watch, none of that. We've only got coins. When we order something, it should ask us to insert coins, and it's going to ask for the quantity of each type of coin. So let's say that I insert one of each. Then in this case, there's actually not enough money to cover my drink, and it refunds the money and doesn't give me a drink. But on the other hand, if I do insert enough money, then it should be able to calculate how much money all of these coins are worth, and then calculate the amount of change based on the cost of my drink. And then it should hand me my drink and tell me to enjoy. So in addition to being able to process the 4 types of coins, calculating the actual monetary value based on the number of coins, it should also check that the transaction is successful, that the user didn't try to hoodwink us by not giving enough coins and asking for a drink. So if they haven't inserted enough coins, then we're just going to refund them and tell them, sorry, that's not enough money, and not give them their drink. But if the transaction was successful, then we're going to make the coffee, and in the process of making the coffee, we're going to have to deduct the resources. Notice how every time we make a drink, say in this time we made a latte, and previous to the latte, we had 300 mils of milk. But after the latte, when we asked for the report, you can see that the water has been reduced, the milk has been reduced, the coffee has been reduced, and the money has been put into the coffers. This program, even though it seems simple, just a simple digital version of a coffee machine, it actually has quite a few requirements. Now, I've created a detailed program specification for you as a PDF file, which you can download in the course resources. And this goes into a lot more details on each of those points. For example, what should the prompt print in the beginning of the program, and then how to turn the machine off, how to print the reports, and how...
What? Turn the machine off? That wasn't mentioned. So we have another feature. Turn off the coffee machine by entering off to the prompt from maintenance of the coffee machine. They can use off as a secret word to turn off the machine. The code should end execution. Ah, okay. That's pretty easy. Not a single problem. Check resources sufficient. Okay.
to turn the machine off.
So we're gonna have a lot of functions that we gotta define, and we're gonna use a while loop in order to use this off prompt correctly. Yeah, so all of this.
How to print the reports, and how each of those points should work in detail.
Here we're gonna need to check the resources if they were sufficient, and we're going to process the coins. Interesting. It's added by this. Okay, interesting. This is pretty easy. Easy lemon squeezy, isn't it? And then we're gonna check transaction if it was successful. Check that the user has inserted enough money to purchase the drink. they selected enough money, then the cost of the drink gets added. Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Go ahead and download this.
I guess I'm not gonna need to download it. It's gonna be more of a cheat. Just to know from the demo it's gonna enough for me, but if she gives us this as not a hint, then we're gonna use it, no problem.
And make sure you read each of the sections and test it out in the final working version of the project. Once you're ready, you can go ahead and head over to the starting version of the code, and I want you to create a new project using PyCharm and call it Coffee Machine. And then create a new file inside your project called main.py, and then paste all of the starting code into your main.py. And now you're going to code inside this file. And once you're ready, you're going to click run, and you'll be able to run this main.py down here, and this will act as your console. So if I go ahead and take some of these program requirements.
Okay, so I guess this is time to use neovim or vim, one of both. So yeah, enough PyCharm, enough AGEs and all that bullshit. We're going for Vim. Let's see if I have Vim downloaded. Yep. Beautiful. I'm just gonna quit. What about neovim? Nope. Okay, let's have our neovim. So sudo snap install neovim. Has been published using classical. Confirm it. You must perform a pressure system change of the security sandbox that snaps are usually confined to. If you understand, once you proceed with the classic. Okay, maybe we shouldn't give it sudo permissions. Nah, we get the same thing. This revision of Islam was published using classic confinement. Okay, what about neovim? Let's see, it doesn't exist. Okay, let's ask AI, what's better, vim or neovim? What's better, vim or neovim? Let's see. As a common question in the text editor community, neovim is essentially a fork of Vim that aims to refactor the original code base to be more efficient, modern, and extensible. With your plugin architecture, neovim has a superior plugin system featuring remote plugin architecture that allows plugins to be written in language like Lua, which is often preferred over Vim scripts and run asynchronously in the background. Modern features, it often integrates modern IDE-like features sooner, such as built-in LSP language server protocol, support for code completion and documentation. Okay, community-driven, it is openly community-driven, which generally leads to fast development and feature adoption, better defaults. For a beginner, neovim is often cited as having a better default configuration. Here we have terminal mode. It has strong terminal emulation features, allowing you to run a terminal inside the editor. Okay, so we're gonna use neovim because it seems to be way better. Okay, we're gonna see neovim Ubuntu. Let's see how we could get that on Ubuntu rather than using Snap. Okay, we could use the apps package manager. Let's see. Okay, it works. Beautiful. And in the meanwhile, we are going to start learning neovim because since now, which is check the course. Yes, so since the intermediate section, we are going to start using neovim, okay? Because when the code gets too much complicated and big, the community edition is not gonna be enough. They're gonna ask us about a premium edition, and we don't want that. So we're gonna use an open source IDE, okay? So we're gonna type learn neovim. There is a guy that I really respect. Hold on a second, none of these guys. Yes, here we go. The Prim again. I love this guy. He has a great course about neovim.
My name is the Primogen, and I've been using Vim.
It's the Primogen. Great. So I guess this is the playlist that we are going to use. I don't know if he has a playlist about this. Doesn't seem to be like it. Okay, I'm gonna check his channel. Inside of his channel.
So I want to take a little bit of time
And go to his playlists. There we go. Vim as your editor. So he has a playlist. So we're gonna delete all of this. Beautiful. Let's see if neovim has been installed. Yes, it has been installed. And it works. And we could insert and type whatever we want, right? Yeah. It acts like a normal IDE. For example, I want to import sys, and maybe I want to print. Okay, it still needs a lot of configuration. That's what we're gonna need to learn about it. And it's gonna be like PyCharm or even better. Okay, so let's get started.
and I've been using Vim for about 10 years, and I wanted to take the time.
He has been using him for 10 years, which is crazy.
To build a series in which could lead you from someone who doesn't know anything about Vim to someone who could become.
Well, I know a little bit about it. I had to learn it. Because sometimes you're not gonna have Nano, and Vim is easier to install in a remote machine, so you're gonna have to use it anyways.
At using Vim. Now this is going to be a multi-part series in which each one's going to add to the next one, and it will get you progressively faster as you go. And I do want to make a separation right away. There is Vim, the program, and Vim,
and there is neovim,
the motions. Now Vim motions, I don't understand why.
Okay, nice. So here we have only Vim. So I guess they are very similar. There's no big difference. Let me check his channel again, see if he teaches about neovim. There was difference.
So I want to take a little bit of
don't guess so. No. Nope. He doesn't teach about it. Only Vim. No, I guess it's the same thing.
why anyone who is programming does not use those. Those are extremely efficient, and they're very well done, and they're available in IntelliJ, Sublime, even Atom, VS Code, anything you want to use, they have them. But Vim, the editor, I understand why that may not be as appealing. You have to kind of want to be able to configure and create your own environment to exactly your own needs for Vim to be super useful. And so this few-part series is going to be focused on making you awesome at Vim motions.
Okay, that's nice.
And navigating some things within Vim. I'll try to separate them out, so if you're just not interested in Vim itself, that's okay. But if you are interested more in using Vim, I have a video on your Vim RC, which you can go check out right now. Links down in the description. And add.
Okay, there's a whole course, I guess, from scratch. Maybe this is what we need to do.
So I am...
Okay. So yeah, neovim RC from scratch. Beautiful.
Gonna do this. I am going to write my neovim config from scratch. No, I mean, really from scratch. All right, so this is gonna include my favorite plugins that I use, the best remaps of your lifetime, LSP, Tree Sitter, some basic editor settings, the whole 9 yards. And I'm going to do it from the vanilla neovim experience all the way up to the GigaChad neovim experience.
Okay, I'm excited. So let's get our configuration done. And yeah, thank you, Premiere, for your kind help.
So I hope that you've already pre-liked the video right there. Just press it right now. And once you do that, you can keep on going down. You can go.
Yeah, let's like this video, bro. And subscribe as well. He's a good guy. He's one of the best developers out there.
Go check out my new vimrc on the GitHub link provided. All right, so I guess the first thing I need to do is create the neovim directory, cd into it, and open up Vim. Now,
okay, so we're gonna create the neovim directory. So I'm gonna quit from here. Okay, there is a problem. We can't quit. No license. Let's change. Maybe I need to write and quit. Still nothing. Come on, man. Let me just quit. I can't quit. What? Press enter to continue. Oh my god. It's gonna just annoy the shit out of me. I'm gonna create a new terminal and delete it like this. Yeah, close that problem. Okay, so this is my home directory. I'm gonna make a new directory. I'm gonna call it neovim. And we're gonna change directory to neovim. I'm gonna clear the screen. And we're gonna make our first config.
now this, so I guess the first thing I need to do is create the neovim directory, cd into it, and open up Vim.
Okay. Did you open neovim or vim?
All right, so I guess the first thing I need to do is create the neovim directory, cd into it, and open up Vim.
It just opens the vim. Interesting. Quite interesting. We could get back and rename this directory. We're gonna move neovim into nvim. We're gonna cd to nvim. Okay, beautiful. So right now we could just access vim in this directory.
Vim. Now this is a terrifying screen right here. This is the default netrw experience, which is the file tree by Vim, along with the default color scheme, which is, I mean, cyan's never looked this good, okay? 2023 is going to be the year of cyan. I can feel it right here. If you don't know where to put this folder, this neovim folder, just type in :hrtp. You'll see right here at the very top, this is where neovim's going to look.
Okay, let's test this out. So we're gonna need to do column hrtp. And then we have this xgg config home, and then we have vim. Oh, so we're going to transform vim to neovim. Interesting. That's kind of interesting though. Okay, could we quit from here? No. Yes, just quit. Beautiful.
And this bottom one right here, very important. We're going to use it as well. All right, so the first thing we have to do is press %, because that means create file, because that's the mnemonic that was chosen. I don't know. Anywho, just creating a init.lua. This will be the...
Okay, the %sign creates a file. It doesn't know why. Okay, we're gonna choose the name to be init.lua. Beautiful. So we're inside of this file.
The first place that neovim looks. And I'm going to just type in print hello. If you're not familiar with Lua, it's a dead simple language.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm going to just type in print hello. If you're not familiar with Lua, it's a...
So he accessed actually Vim. No, he didn't access Vim. Hold on a second. Let me just quit. Writing quit. No, none of that. Just quit. Beautiful. So he used neovim, and then he vimmed into this. Interesting. HRTP or RTK. RTA maybe. Nah. What was that command line? And I forget lots.
To do is press.
Let's check that again. RTP, okay. Okay, we're gonna choose column H, RTP. Okay, so the config we are seeing over here, which is this one, who does not exist. No, it does exist. Here we are, neovim. Okay, beautiful. So we are on neovim, and everything is configured as it's supposed to be. Beautiful. But now we're gonna quit from this help section. We have created a file, right? Yeah, I think we did. So we're just gonna quit again. One more file to edit. I think, okay, beautiful. So if we ls, we're gonna find this vim file. We are not seeing the Lua, which is weird. Dash LA. Nah, there is only this vim file. Interesting. Interesting. Could we create the Lua file right now? I don't know. Nothing works. Okay. That's weird.
Right here at the very top, this is where neovim's going to look. And this bottom one right here, very important. We're going to use it as well. All right, so the first
Okay, beautiful.
thing we have to do is press %, because that means create file, because that's the mnemonic that was chosen. I don't know. Anywho, just creating a knit.lua.
Okay. So I do click the %sign and nothing happens. Literally nothing. Nothing at all. Help. Help me. Nothing. It's blocked right now. Nothing works. Maybe insert. You. The fuck is this, bro? Quit. Quit in A. Quit in A, and we need this as well. Okay, that's weird. %sign doesn't do anything. Okay, I'm gonna just quit the whole thing. We're gonna get back. We're gonna remove this directory. Neovim, we're gonna do it from scratch. Okay, dir neovim. We're gonna cd into it, and then we're gonna choose neovim vim, and then we're gonna choose this directory. So nothing. Choose literally nothing. %sign doesn't work. Nothing works. What if you choose vim like this? It should work. If you choose this, we have the normal vim stuff. Okay, I'm kind of don't know what's happening. We're gonna make this file, and I don't know, really. Okay, let's continue.
This will be the first place that neovim looks. I'm going to just type in print hello. If you're not familiar with Lua, it's a dead simple language. Look at that. Hello, bottom corner. Now let's press D. This will create a directory, not delete.
Okay, beautiful. So we should quit from it. Hold on a second. Okay. So we are in insert mode. Let me insert this. This doesn't freaking work, isn't it? For some reason. Insert doesn't work by any means. Okay, so nothing happens. That's weird. Okay, so we're gonna create the file again, init dots Lua, and then we're gonna print something which is insert and print string hello maybe. Okay, we're gonna write and quit, right? Beautiful, so it works. Let's try this again. Beautiful, so it's there.
Delete directory. Probably would have gone with capital D myself. All right, so let's create the Lua directory. Any directory within the Lua directory.
So with D, we could create a directory. We're gonna call it Lua. Beautiful.
Directory is requirable by Lua. So let's press enter, go right into the Lua directory.
Okay, so choose the Lua directory and press enter. So we're in the Lua directory.
Press D again. I'm going to create the Primogen directory. You create whatever you want to.
Okay, I'm gonna call my directory as Mr. Robot. Cool. Beautiful. We're inside of this directory.
Press enter again, %, yep, create file, init.lua, go in here.
I'm gonna make it init.lua in here. Init.lua. Okay.
Print hello from the Primogen.
Okay. So he did insert, it went to the insert mode, right? Let me check.
.lua, go in here, print hello from.
He just writes, hold on a second, he's kind of fast.
%, yep, create file, init.lua,
Then enters,
go in here, print.
then he types a big O. That means insert mode, right? Yes! My god, this guy is a genius. Okay, okay. So we have some colorization. I'm gonna type here hello from Mr. Robot. Okay, cool.
Hello from the Primogen.
Then he types Control C and then write. Okay, what's
I'm gonna press
that?
colon, capital EX. That stands.
Okay. So Control C, and then we're gonna need a column, and we're gonna write this. Then we're gonna need another column. Then we're gonna write EX.
Stands for explore, brings back up that.
And the Explorer gives you back to the initial of the directory. Okay, interesting.
Beautiful cyan net RW. Hit enter on the 2 dots. Hit enter on the 2 dots. Go back to our original one and require the.
Okay. So we are back. Holy shit. I'm too much far away. So is the initial directory? Yes, neovim. Yeah. What's then? It's kind of fast though.
Enter on the 2 dots. Hit enter on the 2 dots. Go back to our.
So we're gonna get to the origin init.lua, right? Interesting. Okay, so this is the Lua, Mr. Robot. Then we have an init.lua. Which init.lua do we require?
Cyan net RW. Hit enter on the 2 dots. Hit enter on the 2.
So the very original, I guess, yeah. Okay. This one.
2 dots. Go back to our original one and require the Primogen.
Okay, so we're gonna need to require Mr. Robot, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna type into it require. Okay. Mr. Robot. Beautiful. That's done.
Remember, init.lua is like index.html. It's just like the one it goes to. Quit.
It's like the index. Interesting. Okay, so Control C and then column and then W for writing and then we quit like this. Okay.
Open. Beautiful. We got.
Let's see if that happens. Still, it doesn't happen for some reason. For some reason it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. For some reason this doesn't work. Maybe we're gonna print like he did. Hello, maybe. I don't know. Alright, and then we're gonna quit. Continue enter again. Still nothing happens. Nothing at all. It's kind of interesting though. What if we tried neovim? Same thing, I guess. Let's see. Okay, quit. Nothing happens. That's all. Do we have a typo or anything like that? I don't know.
Got. Hit enter on the two dots. Explore brings back. Go right into the Lua directory. Press D again. I'm gonna create the.
So we're gonna go to the Lua directory.
So let's press enter. Go right into the Lua directory. Press D again. I'm gonna create the Primogen directory. You.
Then want to make an directory called the Primogen, which is Mr. Robot, which is the same.
Create whatever you want to. Press enter again. %. Yep. Create file. init.lua. Go in here, print hello from the Primogen. Then I'm going to press colon, capital EX. That stands for explore, brings back up.
Okay. Interesting. EX stands for explore. We're gonna go here, Mr. Robot, and the Lua. We're having basically the same thing. I don't know, bro. Here we have require, Mr. Robot. Like, there is no typo at all. Not a single one. Like, why are we not making this right? Still nothing happens.
That beautiful cyan net RW. Hit enter on the two dots. Hit enter on the two dots. Go back to our original one and require the Primogen. Remember, init.lua is like index.html. It's just like the one it goes to. Quit. Open.
It works. Doesn't work for me though. Oh, the Primogen. Hello again. Doesn't work.
Lua is like index.html. It's just like the one it goes to. Quit.
For some reason, he uses Vim on this, right? Isn't that right? Is he at the config file? Is he doing this at the config file? I guess that's why. Okay, let's quit and get back. We're gonna ls-la, see the configurations files. Okay, so we're gonna ls.config, and in this config file, we don't have a neovim in this config file though. So we pipe this and grab neovim, not that. There's no neovim at all. Okay, I'm gonna move neovim from the home directory to the .config directory. Yes. Sorry, I said here move. Okay, I'm gonna go and change my directory to the .config neovim. Beautiful. Then we're gonna make one of these. It works. Let's go, because it's inside of the config directory. This is a win. Let's go. Got it.
Open. Beautiful. We got something good going here. So now let's make Vim usable. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add a remap to make it really easy to go back into NetRW, because I don't want to have.
Okay, we're gonna need to add a remap. I'm very excited to learn what a remap does.
to press :EX enter. I want something that feels a little bit faster to me. So I'm going to go down to Lua. I'm going to go into the Primogen, and I'm going to press %sign to create that file again and call it remap.lua.
Okay, so we're going to need to create a remap.lua. Okay, I'm going to press continue. I'm going to go to Lua, this robot. Then I'm going to make a new file. Then I'm going to call this beautiful, lovely file remap.lua. Then we're inside of this file. Let's see what we could do.
In here, I'm going to type in vim.g.map leader equals a space, and then vim.keymap set in normal mode leader.
Okay, this is a lot.
Leader pv vim command ex. So what's going on here?
Okay, we're gonna just copy paste this. There's a lot of ways to do it, and because I'm very lazy, don't have a lot of time, I'm gonna use the AI real quick. Come on, real quick. It's in the flash. Come on. New tab. Copy and paste. Come on, so quick. Beautiful. That was quick enough. We're gonna get back to the course. Then we're just gonna go and paste wherever this is. Let's go. Let's see.
If you're not familiar with remaps, effectively, while in normal mode, if I press leader PV, it will execute this command for me. Leader, of course, is the space. All right, just to test this out, let's go :so. This sources this file right here, and then space PV. Perfect.
Space PV. Okay, space PV makes that column for us, which is that's column and the X key. Okay, so let's do let's get out of here and type this command so to source this file. Okay, and then we're gonna go and see PV like this. Oh my god, it works. Hold on a second, this is crazy good.
It's looking good. Now, the thing we can't forget to do is go over to my init file in the Primogen directory and go require the Primogen.
Okay, let's get back. It's kind of fast though.
Perfect. It's looking good. Now, the thing we can't forget to do is go over to my init file in the Primogen directory and go require the Primogen remap. By having this.
Okay, require the Primogen.remap. Okay, so we're gonna require this. And we're gonna do this at my directory. Oh, okay, for some reason, where's that file, that .remap file? It's over here, right? Hold on a second. I don't see it. Where did we create this file? Kinda interesting though. I don't see that file at all. Where's the .remap file? I don't see it.
This right here.
So it should be that's my directory, remap.lua. But when I check that, there is nothing as such. Java, there is nothing. Doesn't show. But it works for some reason. That's crazy though. Okay, so we're gonna insert something over here. I'm gonna call this insertion require insertion. Then we're going to require so robot, and we're gonna do something about that. I don't know.
And then
skip this. Okay, needs to be a string, by the way. Let's make a string. So remap, beautiful. Okay,
it will automatically get sourced every single time neovim gets opened. So quit, reopen it.
okay, let me save this before writing quit. Nah, it doesn't do anything. Okay, let's quit. No writing slash change, no writing slash change for buffer. Writing quit. Okay, it works. Let's see. Okay.
Open it back up. Hello, the Primegen. Hello. Go into here. Leader PV. Awesome.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Open it back up. Hello, the Primegen. Hello. Go into here. Leader PV.
Okay, let's see if that command works. Go maybe over here. Space PV. Hold on. Hold on. Space PV. No, none of that. Space PV. Yes, it works. Okay.
Awesome. Now we're cruising. So the next thing we need to do is to get a plugin manager and a fuzzy finder, because I just feel like I need to be able to hop between files quickly, and nothing does that better than a fuzzy finder, except Harpoon. Shh. All right, so to get a plugin manager, all we need to do is go to the internet, go to packer.neovim.
Okay, so let's get this done. I'm gonna go to GitHub. Neovim. Packers, plug that. Okay, it's checked. Yeah. This one, exactly. We're gonna clone and get this. I'm gonna create A, like this, beautiful. We're gonna clear this and see what's gonna do with this. Clone it in this directory or what?
And from in here, we can just copy this lovely command and just put it directly into our shell. Lovely. Next, go.
Okay, so we should copy that little innocent command. Okay, so we're actually cloning this GitHub repository, and let's see what we could do with that. It's done.
Let's go back to Packer, grab these couple lines right here, copy them, go back,
Okay, which lines exactly?
back to Packer, grab these couple lines
Okay.
right here,
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay, let's copy these lines. Done.
copy them, go back to Vim. Now, we're going to go into Lua, into the Prime.
What is this? You mean Alt, curly brackets, Control A? What he's doing? What are you doing, dog? Okay, so we're going to Lua, Mr. Robot. Beautiful. So we're here.
And we're going to create one more file called packer.lua. Let's paste.
Okay, let's make this little file. I'm gonna need to create this file, packer.lua, and we're gonna paste all of this. Beautiful.
Paste in what we got from the internet, and there we go, and the function do so.
Okay, we should end the function somehow. Yeah. What does he do? This guy is fast.
Let's paste in what we got from the internet, and
And he types 2 times enter, then end. Okay, 2 times enter. That does not do anything for me. And like this.
there we go, and
Control C, V in that. What is guy? Okay, we're gonna write this. Okay, let's write this. The column, I need to write it. Okay, it has been written, but for some reason it's not enough, you know what I mean? We gotta use this thing. Thomason. Packer.neovim. Okay, this seems to be just fine. We're gonna write this. Okay, let's see.
and the function do so to source it.
Okay, let me source this function. We're gonna have the same error, right? Nope. We didn't. Okay, for some reason this has bugged or some kind of thing. I don't know.
Uh-oh, we hit an error. You know why? We haven't quit Vim. Reopen it back up.
Okay, let's make quit Vim. Okay, W quit. Like this, right? I don't know.
Go into Lua, go all the way to here.
So we're gonna go to Lua. Okay, and then we're gonna go to our packer. Okay, then we're gonna need to source this.
Now do it. Awesome. We just installed Packer, so didn't know about it. So now let's type in Packer sync just to give it a go.
Okay, let's do that. Packer sync. Okay, everything is up to date.
Look at that. We got ourselves a plugin manager. Let's close it. Let's go back to the internet. Let's go to telescope.neovim. It is a...
Okay, let me quit this. Quit it again. We're gonna go to GitHub and we're gonna search for telescope.vim. Yeah, neovim, true. Okay, which guy made that for us? A neovim telescope, exactly. So this one. Yes. It should look something like this.
fuzzy finder built by Telescopic Johnson and maintained by Connie. The true hero. Really, the true hero. Let's scroll on down. Copy this Packer statement right here.
Okay. We should copy the Packer statement. What is it? What is this Packer statement? Come on, man. Where's that shit? Using Lua, blah blah. Man, there is no statement.
Oh, really, the true hero. Let's scroll on. down.
So it is in the installation section, which is this one. But plugins, stethoscope, there's nothing as such. How does that look like? Using packer.nvim, there is nothing as such. What? What? Okay, no. There is no such thing. For some reason. There is vim.plug, lazy, using lazy, not nvm. So it has been replaced from packer to lazy for some reason. Okay. This is not fun actually. Okay, this is not fun. So yeah, it's normal. It's pretty old. Okay, maybe we could translate this to packer.nvim using AI. Translate this from lazy .nvim to hold on a second, it's not a comma, it's dots. Hold on a sec. Okay, beautiful. To packer.nvim. Yeah. And then we're gonna give it the code. Okay. And it's .low if you're push direct to the main setup. Okay, equivalent will do like this, use block. Okay. Beautiful. So this is the translation. Seems like it. Okay, beautiful. Seems like the same, isn't it? Are you using that tag kind of thing? Hold on a second. We're gonna use this tag as well. And then there is the requires plenary, right? Yes, exactly. Okay, we have translated that to packer using AI.
Copy this packer statement right here. Go down to an empty line, paste it in. I press equal to
Okay.
align it nicely.
So equal aligns that nicely. Okay, seems interesting. Okay, we have plugin. We're gonna go to Lua, then the packer, and then after this use statements in here. Oh no, a second. It's gonna be like this. We're gonna paste this. Okay. How to select this? Like this, for example. Then the equal sign. Okay, it works. Seems to be working. Beautiful.
So to shout it out again, and then of course packer sync one more time, and look at.
Okay, let's sync this. Okay, we're gonna get out from the insert. Then we're gonna input this commands packer sync, and maybe there was a typo. No, it's sync. Yes, let's try it again. Okay, there is a problem. This is not working.
To shout it out again.
We need to source this first, and after that's done, I could just do this again. Okay, beautiful, works. Seems that he installed that
Again, and then of course packer sync one more time, and look at that. Telescope is now installed, but we don't have any ways to pull it up without simply typing in the command. So let's add some remaps. So leader PV.
Okay, let's add some remaps. Okay, space PV, space PV, space PV. Okay, it works. Beautiful. Okay, for some reason we still have this over here. It's kind of annoying, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna write and quit. Both type cannot write. Quit. Okay. Okay, it works right now. Beautiful.
V brings back up netrw, back one, create a directory called after.
Okay, we need to create a directory. Okay, back there. So we're gonna need to create a directory called after. Okay.
Going to after, create a directory called plugin, going to
Okay. Okay, we're gonna create this directory plugin. Beautiful.
plugin, create telescope.lua, and
Okay, we're gonna need to create a file name inside of this plugin. Okay, telescope.lua. Beautiful.
now let's go back to Lua and grab these top two lines right here in.
Okay, I'm gonna go to here, using Lua, top two lines. Okay, see if that's similar. No, it is not. Here we have different command lines, isn't it? Built-in find files. Seems to be the same. This go find files. Okay. Vim keymap.set. It's the same kind of, yeah. Reader ff. Built-in find files. Yes, it's the same. This is more of a description, so it's still valid.
In the Lua section, copy it, paste it. Let's.
Okay, in the telescope Lua section, we're gonna need to paste this, and we're gonna need to write it. Beautiful, it's written.
Let's have our own key bindings. I want PF for pro.
Okay, let's do PF, not a signal problem. Okay, so we're gonna go to the insert modes. Okay, I'm gonna change this to PF. Beautiful. Then we're gonna write that. Beautiful.
Project file. It's going to use find files, and then we're going to do one more. I'm going to jump in here and go CP for fuzzy find.
Why did he copy that there? Man, he's a beast when it comes to neovim. How did he copy this?
Files, and then
Control C VYP.
we're going to do one more. I'm going to jump in.
What is this? What is this? I don't know. For some reason I don't know. I'm gonna use the cursor to copy. And then I'm gonna go to insert mode and paste that. It didn't seem to copy at all. Copied this as well. I'm pretty bad at neovim, but we're gonna fix that. Okay, let's see what we could do with this.
In here and go CP for fuzzy finding. Go FF right here and get files. What this.
Okay. So here we're gonna change all this. Okay. CP for fuzzy findings, and here we have built-in. Okay, we could actually just leave this empty. Okay, as well as for this one. Okay. And we could change this to get underscore files.
This will do is allow me to have a git file search and then an all file search. Since right now I'm not in a git repository, I want to be able to just simply grab every file, and that is find files right here. But there's times where you only want to look at just files that are in Git. It's just much faster. Think of node modules, the heaviest thing in the universe. All right, so let's add one
Okay, interesting.
more remap. This one is super useful. Let's actually, I'm going to yank it from this one and go over.
Yank it. My God, what is this? Okay, so we're gonna copy that and we're gonna paste
over
it
here, and let's go PS for project search. And instead of using this, let's actually use a function. So I'm just going to write straight up code to just execute when I press this. Inside of here, I'm going to take in built-in and do grep string, providing a search term, which is going to be a vim function input. And I'm going to provide grep just like that. Boom. Put a little semicolon at the end, even though I didn't need to. Do a little SO.
Okay, so this is the function. So we're gonna just screenshot that. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot it from here to here because I'm lazy and I don't want to type that. So I'm gonna go to AI. I'm gonna open a new tab and say copy, paste. It's gonna be way fast. I'm gonna click on here and go here. Beautiful. We're in search mode. We are in search mode. Beautiful. So this is the function. You have a set list base function, blah blah, all of that shit that is typed. So yeah.
And now I can type in leader PF. Look at that very horribly.
Okay, so let's write this. So we're gonna write. So we're gonna source this, and we could do something
Colored
else.
SO.
Okay.
And now I can type in leader PF.
Okay, so space PF. Let's see. Space PF. Okay, it works.
Look at that very horribly colored fuzzy finder. Let's go to Packer.
Okay. We could go to Packer through this. Okay. We are in Packer.
Wonderful. I can even do leader PS, which is going to give me a little grep string down there. And let's find everywhere that we say the word requires. Look at that. We only...
Go see this finds for us codes. So leader PS. And then we search for require. It doesn't find anything. What did he type over there? For some reason, I don't have that. For some reason, he does. This requires line. Let's see if we don't have that. Okay, we are here. Telescope.ps. No. Leader PS. No. No, not this. I want to quit. Neovim. Leader PS. Okay, warning. Literally sorry, cannot preview directories such as. Okay. Let me quit. What happened? Help. Help. What happened to that? So maybe we go to the Packer. Weird PS doesn't do anything, absolutely nothing. Give us this grep thing. I don't know. Later, PF maybe? Are we in search modes? Come on, man. How did that happen? Okay, it works. Let's go Packer. We are inside of Packer, but there is nothing as such. Return require Packer.starts up, use whatever this is, and then we're gonna use this tag. What does this mean? We should add this or what? Why it's not added? Then to CMD pack add pack.nvim. Interesting. So this should be added, but for some reason it's not. Let's go to this tab. Yeah. Interesting. That's kind of interesting though.
And type in leader PF. Look at that very horribly colored fuzzy finder. Let's go to Packer.
BF, let's go to Packer. We are in Packer.
Wonderful. I can even do leader PS,
Let's go low bob.
which is going to give me a little grep string down there. And let's find everywhere that we say the word requires. Look at that. We only have it in one little place right there. That's pretty cool, right? And
So we don't have this piece of code for some reason. I should add it maybe. So I'm just gonna take a screenshot and add it real quick. Beautiful copy. Let's copy to the clipboard. And I'm gonna say copy paste real quick. Okay, so we copied everything we need from that. Okay, we're gonna go to the insert mode. And we're gonna just add this real quick over here. Beautiful, it has been added. Let's see if we have the time. So we're gonna use this, but we need to make this a little bit more good looking. Like this, equal sign maybe? Yes, it does the work. Okay, we're going to write this. Hold on, give me a second. Why can't we write this down, eh? Yeah, my mistake. So it has been written. Let me source it as well. And we have an error detected by processing source no file. Listing source. Unexpected symbol near. Interesting. So we do have an error. So it's line 13, string source, no file. Interesting. Let's just continue. Oh, who cares? So let's go to requires this time. Not that. Packer. This Packer. Why are we at insert mode? I don't get it. Why are you at insert mode? Why did you add this, eh? Come on, man. Right, wherever this is. It's written. Then leader PS or PF, right? Why is he doing a damn insert, eh? Like this is why? Why? Why are you inserting these E's? Come on. Stop inserting. Just freaking quit, whatever this is. Quit in the A. Okay, beautiful. The GPS, okay, it works. I'm gonna go to Packer. Either PS, I guess. We go to the insert mode, which is not what I want. Okay, beautiful. Requires doesn't show up at all.
and then requires. Look at, which is going to give me a little grep string down there. And let's find.
Okay. Let's get back.
I can even do leader PS, which is going to give me a little.
Oh, so this is different. I'm stupid. I know, I'm stupid. I know. So leader PF, we go to the file, and leader PS gives the grep for us. And for example, we search for requires source scope string or some alternatives required dependencies, visit, continue. Oh, okay. Oh, I understand. So before he made that required, does that happen?
Down there, and let's find every.
Oh no, that's weird. What should I do? Reader PS requires, then gives us. Oh no, not that. Reader PS requires. Okay, it says scope grip a string, grip, or some alternatives required dependencies. Visit wherever for installation. Interesting. Let me do the packer sync, maybe. Not an editor command, packer sync. For real. It's not an editor command. Okay, what about if we... this doesn't do anything. We have just errors. Let me just delete this as a whole. Doesn't seem to be necessary. Okay, go to insert mode and delete this. Still, just visible. How to delete this? God, nothing works. Man, like who works with this? Okay, it's C cut. Delete, inspect. Nice choose cut, menu not defined. For insert mode. Cut, still nothing. Let's go to the insert mode and delete this manually. Maybe it's not necessary. Oh, I deleted too much. Fuck. I just quit like this. Okay, go to if you cannot preview direct search as home, blah blah. Okay, go to backer. Then we have this written. I don't want this to be written anymore. Okay, I know. I'm just gonna delete all of this. Beautiful. Okay, rewrite this. It's written, source it, sourced, and it works like butter. This doesn't work. The scope string. You get assumption as required dependencies. String picker visits, blah blah. Repick installation for installation instructions. Okay, let's open the link and see what happens. We should install it. This is macOS, Windows, Arch, Fedora, OpenSUSE, CentOS, Red Hat, Rocky. Where's Debian? Okay, for Debian. We should add this repository and then do it. Okay, we need a new tab. It copied even the $sign. What the fuck? That's stupid. Okay, this is the whole file. I don't know who copies the $sign. That's pretty stupid. Okay, paste that. Give the password. Okay, and then we just install it. Okay, I'm gonna choose this one. It's literally the same. And boom, it gets installed. So let's see if this works. Okay, we're out in insert mode. No, we don't want to be in insert mode. Okay, we're out in grip. After that, I want to search for maybe use. Oh, it works. Okay, it works. Okay, okay, let's skip this part.
Everywhere that we say the word requires. Look at that. We only have it in one little place right there. That's pretty cool, right? And then of course Control P, it errors. We're not in a Git directory. This doesn't count, correct? No.
Let's see if Control P works for me. So this finds the keywords for you, like a finder. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Control P. It gives us error execution law, etc, etc.
No, it doesn't count. But honestly, the cyan's not working for me, okay? I thought cyan was gonna be 2023. It's not going to be. So let's add a color scheme. All right, so I chose rose pine for neovim. I'm gonna come down here, copy this line right here.
Okay, so let's do this. Rosy pin for neovim. Seems fun. Let's do it. Rosy pine for neovim. Yup. True. First one is the right one. Yep. Okay, so here we have for lazy. So rather than packer, people are using lazy. Back then, people used packer. Interesting. So we're gonna stick to packer, and we're gonna translate whatever it is. It has to do with packer, so yeah. Oh, I'm gonna type here. Translates to from lazy to packer neovim. Okay, it's gonna do the work for me.
Here for the packer install.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, for some reason, we should have this function over there working, and this function as well. But it doesn't work as it's supposed to be, isn't it? True. Kind of weird. Okay, so I'm gonna use this telescope, use blah blah. So here, this is a lot. Let's see, we're gonna use etc. This is not it. Unless you use keys like name and config and paragraph, you typically put the configurator inside the main plugin table. Config key, which is similar to over context. Okay, interesting. Okay, there is another trick. We could just make a great screenshot out of that. We're going to tell here until here. Yes, exactly. We're gonna use that. We're gonna use that as well. Hold on a second before give me
Paste it in equal AP for that.
Okay, so we're gonna take a screenshot right over here from here until here. Beautiful. Then we're gonna need to copy this and I'm gonna tell here. Copy and paste. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I didn't get it. Let's use another tab. Copy and paste. Okay, beautiful. There we go. Okay, so we are at packer. We're gonna go to the insert mode. Okay, beautiful. So let's get this done. We are gonna paste our things over here. Okay. Let's check that out real quick, see if everything is similar. We're gonna need here a new line. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna need to choose all this and make an equal sign for it to be just fine like this. Okay. Okay, it seems to be just right. I'm gonna write this. It's written. I'm gonna sync this. It has been synced. Okay.
Beautiful 8-space indenting. Do a little SO, do a little Packer sync.
Okay. So he used BA and then upper arrow. Let's see that. It seems to be working. BA, upper arrow, and then enter. Beautiful. It works. Display the lower potential breaking change in comments of neovim telescope. Please go on the vim. Continue. So we are having this error.
Watch
Or
it go.
one.
And fantastic. Rose Pine is installed.
Okay. We have a warning. Potential breaking. Press enter, type and I'm going to continue. Okay. So it's installed, I guess. Are these errors or what? Updated neovim telescope, etc. Here we have the comments. Okay, go to the backer. This is the backer. Okay, it seems to be installed just fine. Beautiful.
Lost the waifu in the background. Probably gained your subscription because you're so blown away at this point.
And he lost his waifu. What a bad thing, right?
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you, especially when I set up that LSP. I know you're going to like the video. All right, so I see two things kind of wrong here. First off, our transparent background went away. And second off, the colors are just really not that great. So let's fix those two things. So the first one's not too hard to fix. Leader PV, jump back here, go into the after, go into plugin, create a file called colors.
And he dances while he does this. He dances, look at this.
Your PV, jump back here, go.
He literally dances. Okay, we're gonna go to the so we're gonna use BV for okay. It inserts this. Why are you inserting this this thing that doesn't make any sense? Kinda hating you. QA. Okay, we're here. I don't know why you go to insert mode with this. Sorry, I cannot preview directory. PV. What am I fucking doing? Quit. Okay, so we are somehow in the after directory. Okay, beautiful.
Go into the after, go into plugin, create a file called
colors. Okay. So we're gonna create a file name. We're gonna call it colors. Okay.
colors.lua. Okay, so
Colors.lua. And we didn't create colors. Help. Create an A. Yes. Okay, it's after plugin. Okay, it has not been created. So colors. Lua.
So we need to do two things. One, we're going to set the color scheme, and two, we're going to set a transparent background. So I'm going to create a global function. I know you don't have to do it this way. There's plenty of better ways to do it, but this is the way I have chosen. I'm going to make sure I color it, right? We're going to color those pencils. I'm going to say color equals color or rose pine. So that way I always have a default color. So if it's just called from anywhere, we're always getting that nice rose pine experience. Vim command color scheme. Color. And then now we need to actually set the background to be transparent. So I'm going to go like this. Vim API neovim set HL. 0's just for the global space. So every window gets this. I'm going to pass in normal. That just means like the thing. This is just Vim. Why is it called normal? I don't know. It's been around probably longer than I have. Do a little background equals none. except of course lowercase. Then copy that, do it one more time, and do it for float. That way it also happens for floats. And then give this a little shout out.
Okay, so let's just
Do it for float. That way.
screenshot all of this. I know I'm not gonna write this like him, and we just have AI, which is way better. I'm gonna copy to the clipboard. I'm gonna go and say new tab. Copy, paste, and control enter. Just like that, we're gonna have the codes prompted. Beautiful. Zero effort. Then I'm gonna go to the insert mode, and I'm gonna paste all of this, and we're just gonna go write it, and we're just gonna go and sync it. It did sync, right? Beautiful. Beautiful.
Way it also happens for floats. And then give this a little shout out. Beautiful. But the colors are still not right. We
Beautiful.
need Tree Sitter. If you're not familiar with Tree Sitter allows for an amazingly fast parsing of your code that's in your editor right now, and it builds an incremental tree. So every change just, changes
Okay, that's interesting. I'm kind of excited to do it.
one small part of it. And it provides highlighting. Vim's working on indenting, and it's incredibly fast. It puts VS Code to shame. And yes, Emacs already uses it, okay? And pretty much every other editor but VS Code. All right, so let's go to Tree Sitter right here. Scroll on down and just grab their installation.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the Tree Sitter GitHub repository. So GitHub Tree Sitter. There we go. Is it the sign? I don't know. Neovim. It's gonna be neovim kind of thing. So in Vim, beautiful. And there we go. That's it. Which codes? We're using lazy again. Man, this is so much stupid. Okay, we're just gonna go and make a little screenshot about this. Like that's beautiful. Copy it, and we're gonna go over here. Copy and paste. Easy, little squeezy. There we go. That's the command line. Like this one is using the lazy command line, and we're not using the lazy. We're using Packer. It's different.
Line right here. And now we need to translate this. Leader PF. Gonna open up my
Okay.
files. Go all the way over to
Go to Packer. So let's do it. Oh, what's wrong? Come on. What's happening over here? This doesn't work. Okay. What's happening? Oh my god. For some reason this doesn't work. Maybe we could use PV. Yes, it works. Okay, PF. In PF there is a mistake. Error exclusion blah blah. And that even is still scope find prefix in function event because it auto command. Okay, we're having tons of errors. We literally having tons of errors. Okay. Let's quit this. Okay, let's enter again. See if that works. It doesn't work. It's broken. It is broken. And the Packer seems to be broken, so I don't know. I'm gonna log on to Packer. So one of these guys broke everything for me. Maybe it is this. Go to insert mode. Get rid of this. Beautiful. We're gonna write this. Beautiful. We're gonna sync this. Beautiful. And we're gonna go and sync the packages. I'm gonna type yes, remove. Beautiful. That's been removed. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, it works. Oh my god, we're still having an error. We're still having an error. Help. Go to low on this robot packer. We are having an error for some reason. Okay, we're gonna create again. Error detected while processing. So let's go over while calling lower chunk. Okay, so I fucked this up, right? The remap seems to be all gone, which is bad. All of my remaps. Okay. Yeah, seems that this is broken. Yep. The only thing that has survived is this one, so we're gonna get back to the remaps. So, we're gonna go, get back. Yes, over here. I think I had a tab about these remaps over here, maybe. Maybe I copied them all. Yes. No, it's not. I get back a little bit. Okay, we're gonna do it again. Not a single problem. Go to the course, take screenshot. Hold on a second, I want to take a screenshot. This takes a full screenshot, beautiful, I don't care. Okay, so these are the key maps, right? Yes, right. And these key maps exists in the After plugin. So I'm gonna go to back After plugin, telescope. They still exist. Okay, interesting. Yes, we are having all of these errors. We're gonna go to Loa, robot packer. I guess we're gonna add that function that we have deleted. It seems to be necessary. And not this one. Yes, this one exactly. It's gonna be this. Let's copy it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have deleted that. Paste it. Select it. Then the equal sign. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna write this. We're gonna sync this, and we're gonna go and we're gonna choose backer sync. Does all of that. Everything is installed as it's supposed to be. Okay, we could just quit exactly, and we could just go to the home directory. Beautiful, it works. And we could just still are having a warning. Warning, initial sorry cannot prevent directories, which is okay, no problem. Okay, that's problematic, doesn't work. God, I don't know what's happening, bro. Why is that not showing up? Why it's broken for some reason? I don't know. Yes, it's broken. Look at this. Error executing. Invalid event. Man, what's happening, bro? Everything is broken in here. Because we've used this pattern, we should have used lazy. Interesting. So maybe I'm just gonna switch to lazy. I'm gonna take a little break, come back, translate what is in packer to lazy, and saw things from the beginning, and we're gonna see how it's gonna function. Maybe it solves itself. I hope so. Maybe starts from scratch. I don't know, and do it the lazy way. Yeah, let's do it. We're back. We're back. Let's go. Okay, so we're gonna fix that error that has to do with Packer and telescope and all of that. I gotta fix it. And to do that, I guess we should make and lower another file rather than Packer. We're gonna make another file, and it's gonna be called lazy. Yes, lazy.lua. We're gonna make sure of that. We're gonna go to telescope. We're gonna to installation. Yes, lazy. Beautiful. Lazy. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna copy this. We're gonna go and paste all this, and after that I'm gonna go over here. So neovim plugin, so this is the plugin. We're not gonna change anything at that. Here as well, we're gonna just delete this real quick. Okay, here we have Lua plugins, rows. So this is for lazy. I'm gonna copy this real quick, paste that as well. Beautiful. Then here we have another lazy thing, which is a require easy. Okay, notes. This plugin is only guaranteed to work with specific versions of language parser specified in the log files.json. When uploading the plugin, you must make sure that all installed parsers are updated to the latest version via TS updates. It is strongly recommended to automate this. If you are using lazy.neovim, okay, put this in your init.lua. Okay, I guess it's not gonna be as like this, so let me ask the AI how to build neovim using lazy rather than it's called picker, right? Actually, I guess this is not gonna function, so I'm just gonna quit it. Like this, go over here and go to Lua, Mr. yeah. Rather than Packer.lua. The Packer.lua has, so we're gonna go to the Packer.lua. Beautiful. We're gonna copy everything over here. Exactly. Copy. I hope that copied because I don't know if it doesn't. Nah, it didn't. It didn't copy. Come on, man. Why don't you copy? Right click, copy. Please copy that, please. Yes, it copies. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. So to build neovim using lazy rather than Packer. Okay, so I gave it everything I have. So first thing, install lazy.neovim. Install a self-managed plugin right at the beginning of your configuration. Update configuration file. Only to remove the plugin definitions from the packer.startup function. Expectations use table passed. Remove Packer calls, delete the lines related to Packer.neovim and return. Oh, okay. So we're gonna go, we're gonna get back. So, like this, yeah. So here we require, so this is the remap. We'll go to here. So we are requiring this, Mr. Robot. I kind of don't know how to do this. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here we have the require. So we are requiring this, which is the backer, exactly. Okay, so rather than requiring the backer, we could just require Lua. Okay, it's gonna be something like this: return blah blah, require backer, original plugins backer, lazy.vim plugins.lua new lazy.nvm plugins.lua backer. Okay, plugins.lua lazy.nvm. How should I name the lazy nvm nvm? Why I'm doing a comma was on a file. I have backer dot blow. Okay, see. Okay, giving you a file name backer.lua that contains the plugin definitions. Must you approach the name that. Okay, rename to lazy.lua. Oh, okay, so we're just gonna rename that. And how to do that? Maybe use an external shell. CG to Lua less CG to Strava less. Then I'm gonna move whatever is in packer. Yeah, I'm gonna call it lazy k.lua. Beautiful. So the name convention has been changed. I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna go to home. Okay, we're gonna go to Lua, Strava. Then we have lazy. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete all of this. I'm gonna go enter the insert mode and just start deleting. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make it this basic because I'm not actually used to select and delete, so I gotta learn a lot. Okay, everything has been deleted. There's just this comment that should be deleted as well. And I'm gonna just take all of this that's in here. Beautiful, and I'm gonna go and paste it. All of that. And I'm gonna copy all of this over here. Okay, I'm gonna make an equal sign for it to look beautiful like this. Okay. And after this point, do a little equal sign as well. Beautiful. Okay, so it works. Okay, we're gonna go and exit. And we're going to write. We're going to hold on a second. We're going to sync. Beautiful. So it has been synced. Update the configuration, blah blah. Backer, it's gonna be this. Best practice, blah blah. Okay, So if we went here, we could use this command maybe, ts. So let's see. Nah, there is nothing. Okay, let me just write it like this, ts up. Nope, there is no such a command. Which is interesting. And how to sync the lazy.lua, like the backer.lua with Packer sync. Beautiful. Let's see. That's a great question. In Packer, the command packer sync handles installing, updating, and removing plugins. In lazy neovim, the equivalent command is lazy sync or just lazy. Oh, okay. Okay, this seems easier. No, just that doesn't exist. Which defaults to sync. Okay. No. There is no such a command. There is no commands. Okay, let's see. If you're outside, get an error. Someone says that means if it's not been installed or loaded correctly. The lazy commands provided the plugin. If anyone doesn't know what lazy means, the plugin installation step hasn't succeeded. It's a breakdown what you need to ensure. Focus on the main entry point of your configuration, which is often in .lua or in .vim if you are stuck. Okay, let me just exit. Write an exit. Write an exit. Beautiful. Let's see if that works right now. Yes. No, it doesn't. Oh no. Doesn't exist. Okay. Ensure lazy if installed and the right time path. That must have before, blah blah. It just require set up this was usually placed in the very top of your configuration and vim.lua, so I have to add this. Okay, in here. Maybe I have to add and just go over here. Dot setup maybe. I'm just like discovering what's gonna happen. Setup. Beautiful. That's done. I could just write this and quit. See. Still nothing. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Literally good to know. Let me copy this. This is my main init dot lua. After the entrance, you go off in your init lua. Where to find plugin definitions, blah blah, back of the lua, understands the list. If you created it looks list, blah blah. Goods. Okay, I see the problem now. We remain in lua. Files currently contain the entire Packer configuration instead of just calling a setup function. This means neovim is trying to run Packer logic instead of setting up lazy first. We need to separate the configuration into 3 distinct parts. Main init lua handles initial setup. This on vim then calls require lazy. Lazy installation code dismissed. Be at the top of your main init lua or a file required by it. Plugin list file. This is where you convert lazy configuration from the old Packer snippet will go. Okay. So first create a plugin list file, your new plugin.lua. So we're gonna go lua plugins.lua. So we're gonna go to this plugin, the new plugin list, and I gotta output all of this. Okay, let's do that. Okay, we're gonna quit. Go over here. Go to lua. Robot. Okay. Lua plugins. Man, I've built this so much different. Come on, man. should we just stick to the packer and solve that issue? Because it seems to be way better. Okay. Because this just doesn't work. Okay. So I'm gonna copy this and delete it. Paste it like that. And okay, that didn't work. Okay, it worked right now. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go here. Go to neovim. And we're just gonna quit. Enter again. And everything as it's supposed to be. We are going to revert everything, which means we're gonna go to this screenshot over here. I'm gonna copy all of this, and then this is a lot though. I have to delete all of this, man. That's why I hate you, man. It's all complicated. But it's alright. It's alright. We could learn it with time. With time. So we're gonna wait, delete all this. I don't know why we cannot just select this and delete it. Like, why can't we do that? For fucking why? Delete. Delete. It gives me new menu not defined for insert mode. Oh my god. Man, this is so much stupid. It's like the most stupid shit ever. Like, I have an idea. I'm just gonna remove it from here. Backer. I'm gonna make it again. I'm just gonna quit from this. Quit, I don't care. And go over here. Well, Mr. Robot. I'm gonna make a file called backer. Blah. Paste all this. We're going to select this. Equal sign makes it beautiful and dandy and rare. We have everything in there set up. You could just write sync and use backer sync. Everything's been installed. Beautiful. Everything's up to date. Okay, we could okay, interesting. Okay, we could quit again, beautiful. Let me see if that works. What does this do? What is this? What is this? Wow, that's crazy amount of things, right? I have to delete manually as well. Nah, bruh. Okay, get back. Get back again. Neovim, blah blah, all that. See what's gonna happen. We did a lot of things, right? So yeah, that's our neovim thing. We're gonna quit that. Okay, seems we have lost a lot of things. How to get back to that thing, eh? I don't know. It's kind of interesting though. Where are my files? There's nothing. What? Oh, okay, I should select the directory. That's stupid. Okay, cool. Cool, so this doesn't work. This doesn't work as well. None of them work. And I hate myself because they don't work. Telescope. It's not being loaded at all. Oh my god. I don't care. Plugins. Strava. Remap. Remap doesn't work as well. For some reason. Okay, here I require the remap. Beautiful. Let's go to the main init and switch this. What does this happen? What happens? Okay, I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna go to the insert mode. Yes. Yeah, this insert mode. I'm gonna delete this command line over here. Okay. I'm gonna write sync source detected. Doesn't work. Quit C over here. Load robot, maybe Packer. Doesn't work at all. Oh my god. Why it doesn't work? Why? F neovim, blah blah. Okay, what is this? Here we have the plugin. Packer compiles. We have here, maybe we should do this command again. Doesn't exist. Go to Packer. Saying that. Okay, everything's up to date. Okay. Okay, beautiful. For some reason that doesn't work. Oh my god. Nothing works. It's broken. It's absolutely broken. Okay. So sorry. We are going to delete this directory and we're gonna do it from scratch. And move that ref and yeah. I'm gonna make the directory again. Directory. Not that. Okay, and then beautiful. Gonna cd into that. Clear. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna choose neovim. This directory, beautiful. We are gonna make our first file, which is the main init. Lua. And we are going to require our first name, which is Mr. Robot. Beautiful. Then we are going to write. Then we are going to the Explorer. Okay, we're gonna make a directory. I'm gonna call it Slow. And another directory is gonna be called After. Another directory is gonna be called Plugins, right? There is no need. So later. Okay, I'm gonna make a file. I'm gonna make a directory. Sorry. Yes, I'm gonna call it Mr. Robot. And this directory, we're gonna create our file, which is nx.lua. Get back. So if it was an empty file, it's not gonna do anything. Okay, that's noted. Okay, beautiful. We're gonna go and choose a. This is way old, like it's 2 years old. No, we're gonna just look for a new guide that's more modern. Okay, we're gonna go here. So we have this one. The only video you need to get started with neovim. So we're gonna want to consume this guide. Let's see. This guy doesn't even talk. Okay, I'm gonna skip all of this. I just don't like other tutorials though. So he's using the lazy, the more optimal way to do it. Interesting. Maybe this guy is gonna be way better because we have auto commands. We have whatever that is getting started. This kickstarts, plugins, dependencies, key maps, LSP key maps, LSP key bindings, LSP capabilities, Lua LSP, installing LSPs, LSP formatting, autocomplete, completion engines, mini neovim, mini surround, tree setter. Okay, so we're gonna start. This guy seems to be way better than this one. It's outdated. It's gonna add it. Sadly, the guide is outdated and full of errors. Okay, we're gonna delete this and we're gonna start using this. Beautiful.
Took a completely fresh installation of neovim.
Okay, so this is an intro. I don't care. What is a kickstart?
You're probably wondering what makes Kickstart different from other projects in the ecosystem. The primary difference is that Kickstart is not a distribution. And when I say distribution, I mean sort of a big bundle of plugins that adds things on top of that to help you either manage those or sort of abstract away some of the configuration. Kickstart is instead a starting point, or effectively a template, for the kind of things that you're going to do once you're making your configuration your own. The primary goal of Kickstart is that we have one file, and
this is a lot of blah blah blah. I don't care. So the very first thing you should do is to run commands tutor in neovim.
the next step, which is you want to run tutor inside neovim. When I say run inside neovim, what I mean is you first press escape to make sure you're in normal mode. You press colon. Notice now.
So maybe we need to get his wherever repository he has. So thanks for copy pasting. You have to, of course, install neovim. Please read blah blah kickstart. Please read. If you have an existing config, please read what you do. Okay, we're gonna go for this link. Let's see. Small introduction, single file, completely documented. Install neovim, install kickstart. Okay, post installation. Okay, so we're gonna install kickstart. Back, install recipes, Windows, Ubuntu. So we're gonna do this. Sorry, wherever this guide is, I'm not gonna use it anymore, so I'm just gonna remove it from scratch. Goodbye. We're gonna do this. Okay, it seems to work. We have fetched the repository, now we are building it. Okay. So we are upgrading neovim and neovim runtime. It's gonna take a little while. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna let this cook. Ah, it cooked. That was too much fast. Okay, have to delete all this unnecessary repositories. Okay, it's installed wherever. Install kickstart's done. Recommended step. This repo has to own copy. Install back on the factory machine using the commands below to binary OS. So it would be something like kickstart event.get. You likely want to remove lazelog.json from your Fox files. You're gonna skip go kickstart.nvim. Linux and Max. Okay, let's do that. Paste or whatever, I don't care. It's done. Okay. We're gonna start neovim. There we go. So I'm gonna let this cook. I'm gonna take a break. It's gonna be very fast. I'm just gonna go and eat lunch and get back. We're back. We're back. Let's go. Let's continue.
Now we're in command mode. We type out tutor and press enter.
Okay, so we should type these commands, which is tutor. Okay, we're here. Beautiful.
Enter. When you do this, you will enter the neovim tutorial. If you've never opened neovim or you don't know anything about it, this is a really, really good place to start. And the most important piece of information that you learn from here is how you can finally quit. Once you've completed tutor, or if you already knew
Okay, yeah, it's true. How to quit from neovim or vim? So much difficult. Yeah, that was the beginning of it.
the neovim basics, then the next thing that you need to do, even if you're a bit more experienced in neovim, is just run help by itself. This is a really important document that can tell you a lot of information about navigating, exploring, and understanding what is in the help. Throughout the rest of this init Lua, I've left various comments telling you where to look in the help. And if you're exploring something new and you don't quite know where to go, we have included a nice shortcut, which is space SH, for searching through the help. So in this case, we could look.
Okay. Fuzzy search and could buffer. Format buffer open this to no. So it's ace. Okay. S. Okay. So we could search for, I don't know, all of that. The space else. Then I could search help, and then I could search maybe delete many okay, we have all delete menus, delete whatever, all that. Okay, so we have all of that help inputted to us. Cool. We could get back by escape.
For something like lazy install, and we could press enter and go to find out more information about the installation of lazy or whatever it is the topic you're looking for. But this is a key and very, very important aspect of your neovim journey is you need to learn how to grok the help. We always love telling people read the friendly manual, and if you don't want to read, you can listen right here.
I don't want to read. I read the entire neovim. No way that's happening. For real. He's reading the whole guide. What?
So my first day of being a full-time streamer.
What? He's literally doing that. He's literally reading the whole neovim for 9 hours.
I want to do something a little ridiculous. So I read through the entire neovim user manual in one 10-hour stream. My hope is that now, instead of telling your friends that you are RTFM, reading the friendly manual, you'll be able to tell them that you are LTFM, listening to friendly manual. If you learned anything really cool or something new and interesting, let me know in the comments. And
LTFM, friendly manual. Okay.
let's get listening. See ya. Chapter 1, about the manuals. This chapter introduces...
He's literally reading this as a book. This is so funny. This is the most funny challenge out there. Man, you are reading this. If it was your Christmas. Christmas. Okay, that's Christ. Yes, this one. Christmas. Okay, interesting. It was your Christmas book, holiday book. Man, look at this. He's reading it as if it was his Christmas book. What?
The manuals available with Vim. Read this to know the conditions under which the commands are explained. Chapter 1 Part
He's literally chapter 1. He's reaching to chapter 1. The Vim documentation consists of two parts: the user manual, the reference manual.
1. 2 manuals. The Vim documentation consists of 2 parts: the user manual, task-oriented explanations from simple to complex.
Ignore us for 8 hours. Challenge accepted, evil mode activated. The man has a mission. Wow. Forgot the title. Oh my god, this is ridiculous though. This is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. And yeah, I guess I'm gonna go to prayer and I'm gonna let this guy do his thing. I don't care. For 8 hours. That's ridiculous. And yeah, I'm gonna come back and set up neovim. And after that, yeah, we're gonna go and do our project, which is the coffee machine. Okay, we're gonna make it, and then we're gonna see this motivational video, and this is gonna be the end of our stream. So yeah, we have 3 steps: configure neovim, build the project, and finish the motivational video. That's our stream for today. After that, we could, have our day left for other things rather than streaming. So yeah, let's go and pray.
I can put them in as to-dos. To create a to-do, you have to follow the syntax. First is a pound sign, and then we write to-do in all caps, and notice how that's just changed color just now. And now...
Sorry, I started the course right away. Yeah, now we have to configure neovim. I'm gonna delete all that. Beautiful.
To me, reading the entire manual. The last thing I want to point out before we start looking at the code is that throughout the init Lua, I've left little notes like this with bright green text. Each time you see one, it's going to introduce a new concept or idea that's very important to your configuration. So make sure that you understand them and are paying attention when you see them, especially when you are reading through this config after you're done watching the video. The first thing that we configure is the leader key, which is effectively a namespace for all of your custom key maps. In our case, we already went over how space sh searches the help. And you can see that if I press space, I get this pop-up that tells me something about the key maps we already have set up. If I press S, we get to search. And then now you can see that the H right here is for help. So space sh gets us to here.
Okay, I really don't care.
As you know, neovim's a very configurable editor, which means we have a lot of different ways to control the functionality inside neovim. One of the primary ways that that happens is through options. I'm not going to go over each of the options. You can go ahead and read through the descriptions if you want, but we try and set some...
Okay, so we have made this config file. So if we quit again. So maybe I'm gonna go to home. How to do that? Yes, was through here. Yes, true. So here we are going to home. Then we're going to open neovim. Go into insert mode. Okay, so it still needs a lot of configuration to be like PyCharm. So yeah, let's quit. Save changes. I'm gonna type no. Beautiful.
Some good defaults for you for the experience that you might expect normally when you open up a random text editor. The important things for you to know.
Okay, so before we complete this, you left neovim. Why did you leave neovim? Why?
All right, so I'm gonna do
So we are actually trying to get in neovim, and he just left it. Why?
something a little bit weird here. We're not streaming. This video got ruined while on stream, blah, 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 OBS, blah, 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 blah. But I actually really did want to just talk about this article because I think it is an amazing, well-written
I switched from neovim to VS Code. Okay, let's see.
article on why someone should switch from neovim to VS Code. If you don't know who this is, there's me drinking milk. Just deal with it. It's Nexel. Go check him out. Follow him. I'll put it in the description of the video.
Okay, great.
Why would anyone want...
So I recently switched back to VS Code from neovim as my primary code editor. You may think this is weird because everyone seems to be going the other way around. Why would anyone want to move away from the most blah 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 editor? In this post I'll explain why I made this switch. Okay, so we're gonna skip the introduction. When I first started to code, I used to use VS Code because that's what I saw most people use. But I noticed that on my old laptop VS Code was too slow and laggy and pretty much unusable while running a side process like a node server. My laptop used to get so hot that I couldn't even touch it. Okay, I had heard of neovim as if it was the most loved editor of the okay, I've surveyed also from YouTube likes the Premigan, so this guy. I really like a fun community and the overall vibes was very positive. I learned Vim key bindings, Lua to configure neovim, created my config and started using it as my primary editor. I loved it. It turned into the terminal, no Electron apps, no lag, no waiting for autocomplete. Everything was as smooth as butter and I felt fast. Learning Vim key bindings was one of the best decisions of my life. I know people like to meme about how Vim enthusiasts are always trying to convince people to learn Vim key bindings, but I truly believe that learning it will not only make it easier, but also rekindle your love for programming. neovim has a great plugin ecosystem Okay, let's see. So this is all loving about neovim. Almost all the things that I used in VS Code were available in neovim. Okay. It also made me realize that some things aren't necessary at all. For example, I used the File Explorer extension in VS Code, but I didn't even install the plugin for it on neovim. I start to understand the value of minimalism and how simplifying your system gets you more productive. Okay. Here it gets interesting.
For example, I use the File Explorer extensively in VS Code, but I didn't even install the plugin for it on neovim. Actually, this is one of my big things that I always tell people, why it feels so strange.
Yeah, there is no need to use the File Explorer because you could use the terminal to move yourself around.
To use neovim or vim for the first time is that in a standard like editor, if I jump over here and I go code, what you see is a file tree. Is this necessary? No,
It's not.
it's
Yeah.
not. But when you open up vim for the first time, what's going to happen? Well, you're going to see not a lot. This is my vim experiencing opening up netrw. Yours likely looks like this. This is different. It makes you feel uncomfortable. You may not know what to do. I started to understand the value of minimalism and how simplifying your setup can make you more productive. Absolutely. Configuring neovim was a lot of fun.
Yeah, let me read this. Configuring neovim was a lot of fun. It gives you full control over your editor and how it looks and behaves. It allowed to optimize my editor for me, tailored to my specific needs. There is also something really satisfying about using an editor you configured yourself. All of this made me fall in love with neovim, and I can confidently set it as my favorite editor of all the ones I've used. Okay, let's skip. Okay. Here are the reasons why I switched back to VS Code in no particular order. Copilot. Copilot is an indispensable part of my workflow now. I can't imagine writing code without it. They have a neovim plugin, but my experience was not great. It was slow, and most of the time it didn't even work. It kept crashing, and I had to restart every few minutes, maybe, blah blah. Okay.
You're in a little bit more control. I actually haven't found Copilot to be a big W. I found it to mostly get in the way, and if you feed it the right things, it's pretty good. It's good enough. They have a neovim plugin, but my experience.
Okay, on the other hand, Copilot was built for VS Code. It works flawlessly and I haven't had any issues with it. There's also the new GitHub Copilot X stuff. Currently invite only. I got an invite to test Copilot chat, which only, okay, skip a little bit. His head is just ruining the text, but who cares? Sorry, neovim ecosystem. Didn't I just say that neovim has a great plugin ecosystem? Yes, it does, but it's also tiring to keep up with it. Running Packer Sync was scary because you never know what plugin introduced a breaking change that you didn't notice, and suddenly you can't code as your whole config breaks down. Yes, that happened to me just recently. Everything just broke. So yeah. It's a little bit a headache. Oh, and now there is this new plugin manager that everyone is using called lazy.nvm, which is probably awesome, but now I need to spend time migrating and getting used to it. Okay, this is the same thing that happened to me in this live stream. It's kind of like the JavaScript ecosystem. There's always something new and shiny, and you feel like you're missing out if you are not using it. It's tiring to keep up with it. At first I was keeping up with the new plugins, trying them. Try them out, ensure my config was up to date, but soon I was tired of it. Okay, I understand. So let's check this a little bit, see what this guy has to say.
New and shiny, and you feel like you're missing out if you don't use it. It's tiring to keep up with. So this is like, I have this whole rant I've always wanted to do called Stop Racing Linux. And this is like pretty much it in a nutshell. Everything I use is almost exclusively for me to be able to program faster. So when I'm over here and I'm in my terminal, if I want to open up something, I can just go personal YouTube, right? Or React versus WASM U test data, right? I can just jump to it. It is my project. It's quick. It works really, really well. And I absolutely love that. Everything I've set up on my computer is not to make a prettier, more amazing experience. It is to make the most like creamy, smooth developer experience. And here's the other thing that I do.
Interesting. Okay, I would like to have such a shortcut, but kind of interesting.
I don't update. I used Plug much longer than everybody else. Everyone migrated to Packer. I didn't care. I only recently upgraded to Plug or Packer. And now that there's lazy neovim, I don't care. I really don't care. What I tend to do is about every 6 to 8 months, I restart my config and try to figure out how do I want to reorient it? What don't I really like about it? What do I want to change about it? And spend like one day thinking about my dev workflow and kind of what has bothered me over the last few months. And I do.
Man, this guy is crazy. My God, I'm like nothing compared to him. He's literally just great at this. Yeah, respect, bro. I give him a like. He has his own mentality. This guy is weak who wrote this blog. He's like migrating to VS Code because of Copilot. Very stupid excuse. And this guy has rights because, you know, he's a dev. He knows what he does, you know. So yeah, stage of using neovim. Come on, stop it. Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna complete the video.
Are that you can use vim.opt to set those options from inside of Lua. And you can even test that by running things like Lua vim.opt.number, and instead of setting it to true, we could set it to false. And you'll see that that removes our number column. Key maps are an essential part of the
Interesting. Do we have a number column in here? Yes, there is. So if we went to insert mode, yes, there is a number column, which is beautiful. It's beautifully done, isn't it? Okay.
neovim experience. You might be more familiar with them conceptually as something like keyboard shortcuts, but the difference is key maps don't always have to have all of the buttons pressed down at once. They can be a sequence of keys. For example, DD deletes a line, and you can undo that deletion, which you should.
Okay, interesting. Let's try this out. DD? Nah. DD? Yes, it does. DD? Yes. And you gets that back. Okay, interesting. Interesting. It's quite interesting. DD, get that back. Beautiful.
Should have learned about in Tutor. Here we're going to create a few of our own key maps to start extending neovim to work in the way that we want it to work. So a very simple one would be something like, let's say we have an error in our code. I don't have a function called ASDF. What I can do is in normal mode, I can press right bracket D, and that's going to call the function vim.diagnostic.goToNext. And when I do that, so I'm going to press right caret D, my cursor will move to that line and display the diagnostics or error messages for that line.
Okay, that's cool. Let's see. So we have
Go to
error.
next. And when I do that, so I'm going to press right caret D, my cursor will move to that line.
Okay, let's check this out. Let me make this more viewable. I want to just undo everything. Enter the insert mode and maybe let me just have this basic function. Hello. And should I define a function? Let me define what I call it printy. Okay, I need a column, beautiful, tab. Okay, I'm gonna call printy. Okay, That's cool. Okay. Z, up, down, right, move, and matching, press left. Search backwards, key map, space. Oh, that's a lot.
And when I do that, so I'm going to press right caret D.
Did he just press? I don't know. Did he just press? Let me turn the subtitles.
Diagnostic.go to next. And when I do that, so I'm going to press right caret D.
What these means by right caret? Is this guy high or something?
Diagnostic.go to next. And when I do that, so I'm going to press right caret D.
I don't know. This is getting complicated. Cool. What just happened? I don't know. This guy explains very, very badly. Maybe we define a function that doesn't exist. Okay. Okay, that's good. Right. Next, up, down, wherever. Key maps. I don't know what he does. You know what I mean? So this deletes. That's all that exists. Interesting.
My cursor will move to that line and display the diagnostics or error messages for that line. Each of the key maps works exactly the same way, where we specify the mode, the left-hand side, which is the keys
The mouse left-hand side.
we're going to press, the right-hand side, which is the keys or functions that will be executed.
Maybe he's talking about this. D. Go to the next diagnostics message. Okay. Okay, let's see. D. Next diagnostic message. Big D, maybe? I don't know. So it quits. Around, blah, 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 all of this. Backwards, forwards. I really don't know. Key map. Okay, interesting. I don't know what I'm doing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, this is difficult. Okay, I'm just gonna quit without saving. No. I'm gonna access neovim again and go to tutor. Okay, that's beautiful. We have here the tutor. Could we go to the config? Config maybe. Nope. Help maybe. Where? How did he enter this place?
And then we pass some options to
Make it
right
back.
bracket.
How did he enter this config? Let's see how. Let's get back. Still, we don't know how. Get back.
Need to learn how to grok the help. We always
Let's get back. Okay, here we are at the while looking at this help search engine.
for searching through the help. So in this case, we could look for something like lazy install, and we
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go and press this, press search, press H for help, and see lazy install. Okay. installation, lazy NVM installation. So this is it.
And we could press enter and go to find out more information about the installation of lazy or whatever it is the topic you're looking for. But this is a key and very, very important aspect of your neovim journey is you need to learn how to grok the help. We always love telling people, read the friendly manual. And if you don't want to read, you can listen right here to me reading the entire manual. The last thing
Yeah, that's cool.
I want to point out before we start looking at the code is that throughout the init Lua, I've left little notes like this with bright green text. Each time you see one, it's going to introduce a new concept or idea that's very important to your configuration. So make sure that you understand them and are paying attention when you see them, especially when you are reading through this config after you're done watching the video.
I'm not reading through it. I just want to do it, do the least possible. And I hope I don't start reading it.
The first thing that we configure is the leader key, which is effectively a namespace for all of your custom key maps. In our case, we already went over how space sh searches the help.
So I have a trick. I'm just gonna go quit from here. Use the terminal to open NVim at that directory. So I'm gonna take here, go to get, go to config. There is nothing as such. Really nothing. No, nothing. Okay, let's see, we have here vim info, blah blah, nv, Python history, PKI, phase, gauge, config. Let's check the config. Do we have any oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, I don't care anymore.
And you can see that if I press space, I get this pop-up that tells me something about the key maps we already have set up. If I press S, we...
Ah, okay. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. So I'm gonna go insert modes. Maybe we're gonna define else equivalent to 0. And I'm gonna call it an unexistent function. Let's see. Now there is Q open diagnostic. Let's do that. Does nothing. Q does nothing. Open diagnostic, quick. Fix lists, Format buffer, fuzzy search, current buffer. Search, find existing buffers, okay. And here we have this, beautiful.
We get to search, and then now you can see that the H right here is for help. So space SH gets us to here, and once but we try and set some good defaults for you for the experience that you might expect normally when you open up a random text editor. The important things for you to know are that you can use vim.opt to set those options from inside of Lua. And you can even test that by running things like Lua vim.opt.number, and instead of setting it to true, we could set it to false, and you'll see that that removes our number column. Key maps are an essential part of the neovim experience. You might be more familiar with them conceptually as something like keyboard shortcuts, but the difference is key maps don't always have to have all of the buttons pressed down at once. They can be a sequence of keys. For example,
okay, so here we have diagnostic key maps, cool.
Example, DD deletes a line, and you can undo that deletion, which you should have learned about in Tutor. Here we're going to create a few of our own key maps to start extending neovim to work in the way that we want it to work. So a very simple one would be something like, let's say we have an error in our code. I don't have a function called ASDF. What I can do is in normal mode, maybe
could just quit from here and maybe create a file called example .py. Okay, so this is a Python. It's compiling, it's doing all of that. It's Python. Okay, so maybe I define a function. Okay, let me go to insert. Okay, no problem. I'm in insert mode. I'm gonna just call a function that doesn't exist. Okay, Beautiful. But we don't see anything. Undefined global. Nothing. We don't see any error, anything. Doesn't work. My god, why is this like this? I don't know. Sad. Okay. That's it. Man, this is way too complicated. And here doesn't do anything. Doesn't work. Maybe if I saved it. So let's see. Column right. Okay, so it's written. Okay, beautiful. There is some run commands. No, argument required. Could we execute? Execute. Doesn't do anything. Oh, interesting.
I can press right bracket D, and that's going to call the
Right bracket D. Oh, okay. Finally. I understand that. Okay, right bracket D. Right bracket D. Right bracket. Oh, okay. And D stands for jump to the next diagnostic in the buffer. Okay, interesting. No more valid diagnostics to move to. Next method starts, next method ends. Next, last, jump. Okay, interesting. Okay, we learned something new.
the function vim.diagnostic.goToNext. And when I do that, so I'm going to press right caret D, my cursor will move to that line and display the diagnostics or error messages for that line. Each of the key maps works exactly the same way, where we specify the mode, the left-hand side, which is the keys we're going to press, the right-hand side, which is the keys or functions that will be executed, and then we pass some options to do things like giving it a description, making a buffer local, or more, which you'll see later throughout the configuration. And just to be clear, there's nothing magical about what's happening in the key map. If we ran lua vim.diagnostic.goToNext, and we called this function from the Lua command line, we're going to have the exact same experience as if we had typed those keys. So
yeah, it's like a shortcut, yeah.
These two things are exactly the same. It's just about adding them to your fingertips instead of to the command line. Now that we're able to add functionality to our keystrokes, another important feature is being able to add functionality to when particular events are fired by neovim. This is really similar to something like event listeners in JavaScript, but we call them auto commands in neovim because they automatically run some commands. In this case, the first one that I want to show you is what gives us this functionality that if we do something like YAP and we yank around the paragraph, we get that little highlight which shows the region that we
How to yank?
want to show you is what gives us this functionality
Highlights on yank.
that if we do something like YAP,
YAP. Okay, let's see. YAP. Nothing. So it does yank. True. Y A P Y, and that is a yank, and A stands for around text object, and P stands for block, P paragraph. Oh, okay, let's make experiment with this. Okay, go over here, choose Y, A, and P. Okay, it does it. For lines yanked. Okay, interesting.
and we yank around the is what gives us this functionality that if we do something like YAP and we yank around the paragraph, we get that little highlight which shows the region that we just yanked. This is
Okay, interesting. It shows little highlights. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna go And maybe make this a whole paragraph and see if this work. Okay, so I'm gonna like this, way AP, yes, it does it. So for lines yanked, yeah, true. So it yanks that. It's like it copies it, right?
Really helpful because sometimes it's not clear. I yank this line, or I yank J, or I yank till Y. It's really nice to get that little bit of feedback that shows you what was previously.
But this yank is a little bit weird, right? So Y, A, P is a whole paragraph, S is a sentence. Okay, Y, A, P, Y, A. Okay, so we have sentence, tag block, N is around next text object, around last text object. Interesting. So maybe if I choose tag block, only one character. YA, YA, come on man. YA, okay, cool. Then I'm gonna choose N, which is next text object, does nothing. Interesting. YA, N does nothing. YA, L does nothing. YA, hold on a second. YA, YA, and maybe W. Okay, W takes the whole sentence. Interesting. Then we copy that sentence.
Yanked. So how does this happen? The first thing is that we have to tell neovim what event we want to listen to. That's this text yank post, which happens after we've yanked text. We give it a description, which just helps us know, hey, this is what it is in case you forget later. We have a group, and this helps us prevent duplicate listeners. If you've used event listeners before and you call something like registering an event listener twice, you end up running the code twice, which is not what we want to do, and groups help prevent that. And lastly, we have our callback, which actually says, hey, after we've had this event, please execute this code, or this command in a sense. And that's what all the commands are. We have a few more throughout the configuration that you'll see, but all of them follow this general pattern of registering to an event and then calling some particular callback. Everything we've done up until now has been useful in the base
Because this is very basic.
default configuration for neovim. It doesn't install anything else. But there's a lot of really awesome and exciting plugins and people working throughout the neovim ecosystem, creating really helpful tools for you to be more productive and, in my opinion, have more fun. So to do that, we're going to install a plugin manager. You don't have to worry exactly what each of these lines do, but ultimately this just checks to see if you have lazy nvim installed, and if not, it installs it for you. This is how we get that startup sequence that just magically starts bootstrapping itself. So this is sort of the bootstrapping of the plugin manager. And after we bootstrap that, then we can start configuring and installing the plugins.
Okay, let's do it. Seems kind of interesting.
Now that neovim has lazy installed, we can use it to update, install, and check the status of different plugins. So we can run lazy and we get this nice menu.
Okay, let's run lazy. Okay, let's see. Lazy, beautiful. Okay.
We can check different things like installing plugins if there are any not installed. We can check for updates by pressing capital.
Okay, so how?
Like installing plugins if there are any not installed.
So you could do that with your keyboard. Okay. So upper, I'm gonna go for E. E does nothing. H, A. What is this? Why is this not working? It doesn't work at all. For some reason. Okay. Yes, lazy, okay. Nothing works, right? Error. Okay, it does it for you. Error restore. This one is install, this one is update. Okay, so it updates. This one is sync. Okay, beautiful. This one is check. This one is log. These are the logs. Okay, so it works. This is the profile. Starts up time. Okay, that's interesting.
We can check for updates by pressing capital U. We can check to profile to see how long it took for Lazy to start up. Each of these items is explained in more detail inside of Help Lazy, but the main one that you'll probably want to do as you start experimenting is just Lazy Update, which allows you to get the updated plugins from your configuration. You can always roll back by snapshotting or using the other tools available inside Lazy to keep your config safe and secure while you're experimenting with.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm just gonna go and check if I'm not running any Docker containers, because I do run a lot of them. Okay, I forgot the passwords or what. Unauthorized. Okay, it works. Containers. So the model run is running, and Portion as well. These ones I'm not running. Okay, fine by me. I'm gonna log out. Beautiful.
New ideas. There's a variety of ways that we can specify what plugins we'd like Lazy to install. The simplest way is to just pass an owner and repo link, like tpope/vim-sleuth. What this looks for is the GitHub repo under this owner and repo. If you'd like to pass something that's outside of GitHub, just give the entire URL and Lazy will download it from there. Many neovim plugins use a setup
Okay, that's interesting.
function to control both when and how a plugin is loaded. Because of how widespread this idiom is, Lazy includes support for this out of the box. The simplest way to do this is to use the ops keyword. And if you pass an empty table, that's like saying, hey, plugin, please load yourself with your default configuration immediately when neovim starts. To override the default configuration with the values you want, simply place those in the ops table. In this case, we're configuring get signs with what signs we would like to show in the gutter. But plugins can be configured with more than just tables. Instead, we can actually run Lua code whenever a plugin is actually loaded. Fortunately for us, this isn't VS Code, it's just Lua code. And
There's a lot of blah blah blah. Nerdy, I don't care about.
we can do whatever we want. Lazy makes it very easy to control when and how the plugin's loaded, just like we talked about with setup. Because we can delay loading of a plugin to some later event, we can then delay the execution of the configuration until later as well. This helps improve startup time and also helps it so that if you're experimenting with multiple different plugins, you can easily enable or disable them without having to rewrite your entire config. In this case,
Okay, I don't care.
we wait to load witch key until the very lazy event, and once it's loaded, we call the setup and register additional key maps. This is very helpful for separating the witch key config from the rest of your configuration. Plugins can also specify dependencies. Dependencies are actually just the same kind of tables that we've been
Maybe it just explains, does nothing. I'm gonna skip all of this. Does seem unnecessary. Okay, related commands file ones will have. Okay.
We've included several key maps to help you get started using Telescope within neovim.
Okay, that's the telescope. Okay, yeah, thank you. It explains the key maps.
Matter if you're in your config or if you're in a regular project, you can always press space SN to search your neovim files. You can see each of them shows the preview, even though we're
Interesting. So like space S and N neovim files. Here we have the Kickstart plugin, Lua, etc. And here we have Udemy. I have here the installation stuff. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, that's quite interesting. And we could just quit, and yeah, that's it.
We're not currently in that project. How does that work? Well, we call find files, and what we do is we provide an override for the current working directory key, and we pass the standard path of config to tell Telescope, hey, search for files in this directory. More than just configuring the behavior, we can actually configure the way that Telescope looks as well. In the case of searching your current buffer with current buffer fuzzy find, we actually want more of a view that sort of filters down the values here so that when we're searching for something like advanced example, we can see the two different places that we have that within our file. We don't need the preview and we don't need all of the same layout. So Telescope allows you to do this as well. For more information about this, you can read the layout section of the Telescope help. The next big section.
So this is the super expert guy on neovim. It's kind of scary how nerdy he is. And yeah, good search and etc. Quit from that. We could search the buffer or something like that. There is no buffer in here. Yes, there is not a single buffer. Beautiful to know. Okay, what about find existing buffers? Those are the existing buffers. Okay. Here we have search backwards, etc. Okay. Interesting. And there's this as well. Why? Okay, good to know, good to know. This just yanks. So why just yanks a whole line, right? Let's see. No, doesn't. It does somehow. Okay, that pastes what has been just yanked. Interesting. If I yank this, I could paste it. Okay, easy. Paste this one as well. Okay. L goes here. This goes up. This is the insert mode. Okay, insert mode as well. U undoes that. Okay. That's how you could move using the keyboard. Interesting. Okay, we should pray. Neovim. Maybe it's gonna be a Neovim live stream. Maybe we're not gonna be capable to build a Python project because neovim is not easy to learn. Even if we installed this pre-configured installation for it, still have to learn a lot of things about it. So yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm back to neovim. Yes, so return.
And of a lot of important configuration is configuring the LSP. Now, if you don't know what LSP is, it means the language server protocol. I have a really short video that I'll link in the description, sort of explaining a broad overview. But the very short version is that neovim speaks the protocol for language servers and needs to know both how to run and execute those external processes, as well as how to trigger the different requests that you want to do. So that might sound like a lot, but we'll walk through each step to make sure it's very clear what's going on. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to tell neovim, hey, here's all of the things that I want to be able to do with the LSP.
Okay, that's cool. I'm just gonna skip this. There's a lot of blah blah blah. Here we have to jump back, press blah blah blah. Don't really care. And here we have map leader. Let's see, what is this?
Up, and I can actually fuzzy find over anything that's in this file. So if we do map again, we'll go back to where we had map. But if we did something like cursor line, we're going to go to the only spot we use cursor line. This is a really powerful tool for navigating quickly around a file, and it's a composition of both telescope, which we just talked about, and LSP. This is one of the great things about neovim is that it's able to compose these tools together. So as you learn more about telescope, that can also power up and level up your LSP skills, and you can keep on moving more quickly and more effortlessly throughout your editor. But this gets even more powerful. You might be wondering, what's kind of the difference between fuzzy finding the symbols versus fuzzy finding just everything in the document? Well, the first one is that the symbols only show definitions, so it won't show things in comments. But LSP also has a concept of workspace symbols. So if we do space WS for workspace symbols, I'm actually able to search
Okay, that's cool.
all across my neovim config. So if I look for something like completion, we can actually see all of the different places that something with completion is defined throughout my neovim configuration.
Okay, let's experiment with that. Go to this command. And by that, we end this directory, which is beautiful. Go for space W, right? W. Ah, there we go. Let's search for completion. And it gives me that. Cool. That's maybe cool. Maybe it's not cool. Let's go S, and W stands for search current word. A, B, oh, here we have 6 on. Okay, cool. This guy searches a lot of things. Maybe I'm interested for Ubuntu. Ubuntu. And, okay. Python project. It's kind of stupid. It's not finding the right keyword. Choices. Oh, okay. Get model. LLM.py. We have no choice. Innocence. Plague Tale. What is that? We have no choice, Hugo. We have to get the rats away. Oh my god. This is the code of the game Plague Tale. Innocence. Hugo, come. I don't want you to stay here. We're actually reverse engineering that. We'll just have to be careful. Says your brother. You're crazy, just yes, nothing. It's just frogs, Hugo. She's talking about, oh my god. Where am I? We're actually at games, Plague Tale Innocence. Okay, cool. That's cool. This is too much powerful. It looks for everything. And my computer, which is crazy. So yeah. So at this game directory, we are here. Maybe I want to go and choose help. No. There is some Chinese in here. Assis. Assim. O task. Assis. Così comme ça. Like this. Oh, so this is like Spanish. Oh, cool. This is too much powerful. Help. I'm gonna quit. No, please, no. That was crazy powerful. It went through my whole computer and looked for words. So here, for example, on this local file, it looks for it, each keyword, and finds it for me. Okay, beautiful.
This works as well if your LSP supports this for other languages, so you could search across your entire project to look for where a symbol is defined. Feature of LSP that I want to show you is that it can also
The entire project on my entire computer.
provide and help you find documentation for the current thing that you're editing. In this case, if we put our cursor on top of an identifier and press capital K, we can actually see the documentation provided by the LSP. This is super useful as you're exploring your code.
Okay, that's cool. Capital K, he said. Okay, let's see. Go in search mode. Let me see the documentation of print that's available. Okay, capital K. Yes, it works. My god, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Print argument, separation, etc. So these are the inputs of this. I could actually choose the flush, the file, the end is a empty line, etc. Print the values to a stream or to sys.sedout by default. Sep, string inserted between values. Default space. Interesting. This is the separation, which is in a space string. And here we have a file like object stream defaults to the current sys.sedout. Flush whether to forcibly flush the stream. Okay, that's cool. It works. Press H for help or Q to quit. I'm pressing Q. Okay. Maybe like this, Q. Okay, it works. Beautiful.
Maybe if you were using an inferior editor before, you may have used your mouse to make this window pop up, but we don't need to do that here. We can just press capital K and get straight to reading.
You call all the AGEs that use the mouse as inferior. Man, this guy is just too much arrogant.
That friendly manual. So what we've done up until now is we've told neovim, hey neovim, here's the things I want to be able to do with my LSP. But now we also need to tell neovim, hey neovim, here's how you start, execute, and control LSPs. Because remember, LSPs are actually sort of things that live outside of neovim. There's some external process that we're communicating with inside of neovim. So we need to inform neovim how to start, run, and control those external processes so that we can get the code intelligence we're looking for. So the first thing that you'll
Okay, that's cool.
see is setting up capabilities. Now, I know a lot of people just copy paste this into their config, but just stop for 1 second and let me explain what it does.
Sorry, brother, but I'm gonna skip this. Everybody skips and copy and paste and skips this whole section. Everybody does that, so he just said it. I don't care. He said that.
Is the Lua language server, but to turn on some of these servers, all you would need to do is just uncomment this line. This would install ClangD on the next installation and automatically attach in C files, assuming that you have all of the requisite things for running ClangD on your system, like a
Here we have Pyrites, Rust Analyzer. That's cool. Like TypeScripts have inter-language plugins that can be useful. But for many setups, the SP server works just fine. Okay, cool. The thing I'm asking about is like auto-completion. Okay, here, autocomplete. Let's go. We're gonna learn about
relatively
that.
new C compiler, things like that. If you wanted to run Go, you would just do the same exact thing like this. You would once again need Go on your computer somewhere so that this could be built and executed. Some languages have additional tooling outside of just the LSP, so you could explore doing those if the base LSP setup isn't doing enough. But in general, I find myself pretty happy with just an LSP and the same key maps between every language. An example of configuring the Lua LSP, which is the default inside Kickstart. The reason that we do this is we are trying to inform the LSP where it can find all of the other Lua files in your neovim configuration. The primary place where that happens is here on line 560, where we get all of the runtime files and we send those over for the LSP to check. This is how we get things like vim.api.nvim starting to provide completion for us with documentation for each of the items. This is really, really useful as you're trying to configure and execute your neovim config to not
That's
just...
cool. It is pretty cool though. I do like it. Okay, we're back. Let's get this done. Let's get this done, yeah.
sort of blindly be guessing about what functions might be available to you. Now that we've told neovim what language servers we need to install, we need to actually install them. And to do that, we use a tool called Mason. Now, if you're not familiar with Mason, for my soy latte loving, coffee shop enjoying viewers, it's basically like brew install for neovim. And for my single viewers, it's kind of like Pac-Man. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use Mason to install the LSPs and make sure that they're available in neovim's runtime. So after Mason installs the LSP, we need some way to connect those installed LSPs with neovim. Once again, I just have to remind you, these are external processes. We need to inform neovim how to run them. The simplest way to do that in Kickstart is using LSP config, which is simply a way of saying, hey, I want to connect Mason and nvim LSP config. The way that we do that is by calling the setup function for the servers that we've configured. The nice thing about this is...
Okay, let's see if that's configurable. Getting started. The only video you need to get started. What I should do if I already have a pre-existing neovim configuration, I remove existing configuration, or if I want to install the configuration, always click start and upload a single file. It would make sense to split it into multiple files. Interesting. Git clone and net upload. Install recipes below. You can find OS specific install instructions. Ubuntu, so as simple as that. Okay, go here, please read, blah blah. We have, of course, to install neovim. Your existing config, please read that. The command I pasted on Linux, git clone, blah blah blah. Okay, so it's the nvim at the config, it's the home directory, so we're just gonna make that real quick. So we're gonna cd.config nvim, cool. Then we have init.lua. We could actually nvim into init.lua. Then we have the Kickstart or whatever. Then we are having these configurations over here. Cool, the key maps, etc. Here is actually the also format, so I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna go S, search diagnosis, search files, search by grep. So I'm gonna go search by grep, and I'm gonna search for auto format. Exactly, this is where he's at. Supposedly, yes. It's different. Yeah, it's the opts. I don't have opts in here. Oh, there we go. This is the opts. Notify on error, false, etc. Format on save. Format on save is a function to use with error. This is the function. Cool. Format is by FT, Lua. Okay, interesting. So it's complete.
Is that's always updates, so if we add a new entry in the table above in servers, it will automatically handle that in LSP config and install them through Mason. A feature most LSPs include is the ability to format your file. However, there's no automatic setup for that in neovim to run that on save or to manage the interactions between external formatters and the LSP itself. One thing that's really nice is this conform nvim plugin is useful for us. We can set it up to format on save automatically, and it will fall back to calling the LSP formatting if we couldn't find an external tool to do that formatting. So if I indent this a few times and then I do write to write the file, it automatically formats on save. The last major area of configuration that we have in Kickstart is for auto completion.
Okay, let's get back. It formats on autosave. I'll get back a little bit.
If we couldn't find an external tool to do that formatting. So if I indent this a few times and then I do write to write the file, it automatically formats on save. The last major
Okay, cool.
area of configuration that we have in Kickstart is for auto completion. Most of the
This is the most important.
configuration is actually about setting up keybinds, and I need you to bear with me just a little bit. The keybinds that I have by default in Kickstart are not what you are used to from most other editors. But if you give me some time to explain, I hope to be able to convince you why it's at least good to give this a chance before you go back to tab does 85 different tasks. So the mappings that we have by default in Kickstart are as follows. The first is that we use Control N and P to move between the next and the previous item in completion. So if we were to start typing something like comp.mapping and we wanted to select down here, we press Control N and P to cycle through these items. Then once we...
Okay, let's try that. cmp.mapping. Okay. Okay, let me look for this. And I'm gonna go for the grep one. I'm gonna go and look for mapping. Okay. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay, it's really good, seriously, but
we have...
Oh yeah, auto completion. Okay, beautiful. So we could look into that.
Before you go back...
Okay, so G for grep, and then we're gonna choose auto completion. There we go. Okay. This is not the right one. Okay, let's go search grep, and I'm gonna go for auto completion. Beautiful. Okay, so this is not the line that we want. Maybe this line. Yes, true. So this one's the right one. Okay, and at this place we're going to experiment.
Back to tab does 85 different tasks. So the mappings that we have by default in Kickstart are as follows. The first is that we use Control N and P to move between the next and the previous item in completion. So if we were to start...
So this is line 600. I'm gonna get back. 76. Okay. Interesting. There is no mapping setting over here. Not so much luck, isn't it? Okay, maybe I'm gonna give up because he moves throughout this configuration like if it was his home. It's crazy. I'm just scared to touch this, so I'm gonna go here and insert. Don't need a comment, so here I'm gonna go for CMP. Yes, dot control N, right? Nope. Okay, let's see, dot mapping CMP. Okay, control N moves between these. Cool. What else?
Typing something like comp.mapping, and we wanted to select.
Okay, let's see, comp dot mapping. Nothing. Nothing, no suggestions at all. Okay, these are the suggestions. Okay, this is the autocomplete. Okay, fine. Not a single problem.
Select down here, we press Control N and P to cycle through these items. Then, once we have an item that we're happy with, we can press Control Y to accept that item. Now, if we only had select here and we press Control Y, it will complete to the end of that item, whatever one is the top item or whatever is selected. Now, you're probably wondering, those seem like Neanderthal keybinds, and in some ways, you're a bit right. The keybinds have been around in Vim for longer than probably any of us watching have been alive. However, because they are the Vim standard keybinds for completion items, what you'll find is that Control N and Control P show up in many, many places throughout neovim. For example, when you're searching in Telescope, you can move up and down with Control N and Control P. Additionally, the reason that I like using Control Y for accepting is that I really like when keys only do one thing.
Okay, so to accept the suggestions, we could do Enter or Control Y. So CMP, Control Y. Okay, that does not then. CMP, Control Y. Okay, it accepts it. Okay, let's see. CM. Enter does not do anything. Okay, so Control Y to select that auto completion. Okay, beautiful.
So I really like that tab, when I press tab, always inserts some space for alignment. And that when I press enter, I always get a new line. And so for me, using the Vim standard keybinds and keeping each key to always doing one particular thing is really helpful for reducing the mental overhead that I have when typing and reducing frustration when you tried to press tab and then it didn't work and you need to go back or delete what you were writing, all these kinds of things. I find it keeps me much more in the flow when Control Y always completes and tab always puts spaces inside of the editor. The last thing to mention for NVim Comp is that NVim Comp is really a completion engine. And what I mean by that is it's sort of a framework for multiple different sources to give possible completion candidates. And then you select them all in one unified way. That's a really fancy way of saying we can have three different things like NVim LSP, LewisNip, and Path. They all get merged into one completion list that's presented to you. So if you install other NVim comp plugins, maybe you want a buffer completion or you want like an AI completion or something like that, you'll need to make sure that you add those to the sources for NVim comp.
Okay, this is cool.
To make sure that NVim comp's actually getting those items in your config. If you've been wondering how we got the really cool note, hello, or to do, wow, or fix me, I haven't even commented on the video yet. That's all from this plugin from Folke, the GOAT, to do comments. And once again, you can see we're using the combination of the tools we've already learned, like dependencies and ops, to easily load and install the plugin. And one of my favorite additions that we've added to Kickstart since the last time I made a video is the mini NVim plugin. This mini NVim plugin is actually a collection of small independent plugins that you can either install separately or as one big bundle. We have this installed to do a lot of really cool stuff, like in these examples, we can do something like visually around the next parenthesis, and we will select in visual mode the next set of parentheses. Or if we wanted to do something like yank inside next quote, then we'll do that as well, and you'll see that we yanked inside these quotes here. Finally, we can...
Okay, let's get back a little bit, learn a little bit about this.
of parentheses. Or if we wanted to do something like actually a collection of small independent plugins that you can either install separately or as one big bundle. We have this installed to do a lot of really cool stuff. Like in these examples, we can do something like visually around the next parenthesis.
How to do that?
And we will select in visual mode the next set of parentheses. Or if we wanted
Visual mode, okay. Let's see. So we go to visual mode. That's the visual mode. Okay. Okay, cool. Move to perf chart, blah blah. Perf empty line, next empty line. G delete. V visual line. Visual. Okay, what's about visual line? What happened? What? Wow, look at this. We could move through consoles. Cool. Well, that's cool. Wow. Oh, what? What am I doing? Help! Help! What is this? What? What happened? I selected these. Okay, that's cool. Okay. VCMG, config, events, FT init. These are the logos: lazy, task, start, source, require, on-site plugin. Oh, look at that. Small logo for that. Keys, FT, event, etc. Okay.
to do something like yank inside next quote, then we'll do that as well. And you'll see that we yanked inside these quotes here. Finally, we can do something like change inside quote, and we'll start immediately changing the stuff inside of here. It's a really powerful plugin that you can use to really quickly and efficiently edit a lot of text in neovim. Additionally, the plugin comes with a really great surround plugin, which you can use to do cool stuff like if we type SAIW parenthesis, which I'm sure you're thinking, that's an insane number of letters, but no, just follow me. S is for surround, A is for add surrounding, I is for inner, W is for word, and then we can do a single character like a parenthesis, and we add those parentheses around the word that we're currently on. You can extend this to delete and replace, which is really powerful when you want to move quickly and change things that maybe are sort of far away from your cursor without grabbing your mouse and moving around a bunch. The last item that we're using from Mini is for the status line, and you can configure that or read more about it by reading Help Mini Status Line. There's also a bunch of other really cool plugins in sort of this mini ecosystem, which you can check out in the link provided in Kickstart. The last plugin that we have is neovim Tree Sitter, which is a very powerful plugin, but we have only the basics set up for Kickstart. By default, we install a few of the grammars. We tell Tree Sitter, please install new grammars when I open those new files, and turn on highlighting and indenting. It's possible to do even more impressive things like incremental selection, text objects, or even showing the context of where your cursor is, but you have to check out the links below to try and find those and configure them for a way that you'd like. We will have some follow-up videos coming soon about...
Okay, that's cool. I guess that's enough as well. And also I have learned from this that we have Vim, cool, and it is very hard, cool, and I don't know why would I use it? Isn't this better by charm of VS Code? Cool. I don't know, but it's cool to learn a little bit about Vim or neovim. It seems to be cool, and it is a big ass realm to learn. Yeah, And we'll need to customize this like crazy. And wow, powerful tool, isn't it? Okay, I have a question to the AI. How to install an AI that suggests codes to you and neovim as plugin. Okay, like the one in VS Code or PyCharm. Okay. According to the tool lazy. Okay, let's see. See if the AI has an idea, because I don't. Scroll down, scroll all the way down. To get AI suggestion completion feature in neovim, similar to VS Code PyCharm, the most popular and robust solution that integrates well with lazy.vim is NV CMP combined with a completion source that connects into an AI model, most commonly Copilot.lua for GitHub Copilot or something like CMP AI, or using LSP features with a local module. That's how we would typically install other leading options. Copilot.lua is an lazy.vm recommended tool. Copilot.lua for GitHub Copilot. This plugin interfaces with the GitHub Copilot service. Add your plugin list file. Take the plugin specifications for Copilot.lua and add it to the file you created earlier. Install and sync. Run the commands Copilot auth. Neovim display real, open the real in browser, log into GitHub, and enter the provided code back into Neovim. Alternative using with a local external module, more advanced. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have this authentication, this plugin. Okay, so this guy with his really worst guides out there that I didn't understand anything. It was not beginner friendly at all. But we have any.lua and add lua file. We have kickstarts. Okay. In kickstarts we have plugins. Plugins we have neotree.lua. Okay, so we're gonna move to this directory, I guess. Now listen to it again. So we have autopairs.lua, indentlines.lua, lengths.lua, neotree.lua. So I guess we should just add our this plugin like this, copilot.lua. So in here, plugins, we're just gonna go and spawn neovim, this directory. We are gonna create a new file. It's gonna be called copilot.lua. Beautiful. Gonna paste this. Then we are having tons of errors. My God, what? Why do we have all of these errors, eh? Okay, maybe the equal sign will do. Didn't do anything. It just made this worst. Okay, I want to create like this. Yes. Okay, we're gonna create this file again. copilot.lua. Okay, I'm gonna look for this copilot.lua GitHub. Okay, let's see. So for install the plugin with your preferred plugin manager, for example, packer.nvim. And this guy used packer.nvim. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm not gonna use this because he uses the packer and nobody uses the packer, so it's gotta be old. What about lazy? Same GitHub page. Okay. Authentication panel, blah blah blah, root commands, curl, blah blah blah, setup and configuration. This guy uses Packer. Interesting. Interesting. This is a lot of things though. Let's see if this guy has a video about this plugin. Maybe he does. Okay, the worst thing you can do for your career. Interesting video though. The worst thing is to quit your job, yeah. Okay. Buffers, windows and tabs, neovim window, blah blah blah. Okay. I'm gonna focus on Copilot. Let's see if he has a neovim, by the way. Auto completion setup. Okay. There's no Copilot in here. Cool. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna use the AI because who knows? Take the and add it to the file created early plugins.low. Okay, let me paste this again, and then we have all these errors. Okay, because of this comma, right? Okay. Why do we have these commas though? Oh, they're in line with the symbol training space. Okay, let me remove that comma. So I'm just gonna go to the insert mode, remove it. Okay. And then we'll just keep it. I'm just gonna keep it, okay. I'm gonna keep the comma. And I'm just gonna write this. It's written. Okay, I'm gonna quit. Install. Okay, save your plugin.lua file or start neovim. And run the command. Okay. So let's just start neovim. Run this commands. Okay. So what we have here, blank, lazy, envim, mason. See if we have Copilot. Nope. Not loaded, blah blah. Advanced web dev. Nothing happens. Interesting. It's not as easy as that though. Okay, let's see if this command works. Okay, maybe updates, fetch, install, not then, restore profile, sync. What about sync? Lua snap, install, check maybe. Okay, that's all. 22 plugins loaded. So Copilot is not loaded for some reason. Okay, this is kind of difficult. Let's see if we have this command line. Copilot. Nope. There is no such command at all. Nope, it's not loaded. And it's not installed. I have the kickstart configuration pre-installed. How to install this plugin with it. Okay, so not in here. In here, and we're gonna click over here. Okay. From this GitHub repo. Okay, let's see. Here we have a warning to allow the model to view URLs, turn on real context under tools. Okay. The way to inject name might be slightly different, as Kickstarter often defines the entire plugin and listens to usually lower plugins and the lower similar. It uses on structure. The standard Kickstarter does not only, but if it uses package.neovim if you're actively using the Kickstarter structure. Underline package manager for package lazy within the Kickstarter network. Replace packer with lazy in Kickstart. It's already done. Adding the Copilot plugin. In most Kickstart forks, this is located at Lua plugins, n.lua or something like. Okay, let me just add the URL context as well and see if that's do something. Run it again. See, it's gonna take way more time. Okay, so action plan locate the so config and vim. So init.lua plugins user.lua, or the file might be okay. Add the Copilot specifications, so you find that file Copilot specifications. Example, okay. You would change it to example content for Lua plugins user.lua return. And then blah blah context. Add Copilot over here. So we should find this first. True. Okay, because I'm just gonna go quit. I'm gonna remove Copilot from here. Okay, so we are at the plugins. We have length Lua, new tree, debug, auto pairs. Interesting. We have here plugins, health.lua, Kickstart, go to Kickstart, ls, cg to the plugins, ls, git signs.lua, indentline.lua, new tree.lua. Okay. How to add this, bro? This is so much difficult. Lazy lock.json and .lua. Is here the custom? Let's see. And plus custom plugins. Okay, maybe we should edit that. So in vim, Lua custom plugins in that. Okay, you can add your own plugins here or in other files in this directory. I promise not to create any merge conflicts in this directory. See the kickstart.nvim readme for more information. And then we have this return statement. Beautiful. So here we're gonna add our code. This return statement closes, then we start from here with this comma. Beautiful. So this supposedly should work. So enter the insert mode, add this or just space. Okay. We exit that, seems to have unexpected. Okay, why is it is unexpected? Do we have a dot sign over here? For real? Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. Unexpected symbol, this one. Okay. So this should be it. Hopefully. So this one closes. Interesting. And this one gets enclosed by this. So so 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. No, we should add that. Nope, we shouldn't. Because here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, cool. So this should be working just fine. So we're just gonna write and I'm gonna access lazy. Through that, I'm gonna go and select update. I'm gonna select sync as well. Okay, install maybe. Okay, cool. Doesn't do anything. Neovim web div icons disabled. Okay. Restart neovim. So we should restart neovim first. Okay, let's do that. Quit. Start again. Lazy, yes. I'm gonna go and sync. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Okay, we have this not loaded. It's confirm.nvm. Okay, this is new. Press S for sync, for install. Okay, yes. Run. So it is not actually loaded. Let's try that out. No. Confirm. Nope, don't save anything. Okay, interesting. CMG copilot events, etc. function. Require copilot.setup, enable true auto open, suggestions, enable true auto trigger key map. But this is not loaded. That's the problem. So what's the solution? I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna go and copy this as a whole. Okay, let's try this out. I'm gonna go and delete this file. So I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna remove it, and I'm gonna env into it. Paste wherever this is, and I'm gonna write into it. Quit. Go into them again. Go to lazy. I select sync to sync. Okay, let's see. Still nothing. Does not show. This is difficult. Update. Still nothing. Up to date. Blah blah blah. Check. Well. I don't get it. I literally don't get it. Neovim. So we're gonna access this init over here. See what we have. So we have the kickstart, tutor, etc. Look for the lines like this. Must happen, unloaded, otherwise wrong. Then all number, all maps, blah blah blah. All list. Oh my god. API, create, auto commands. There's a lot. Let's see if we could add a plugin. We're gonna search through the grep. plugin, reader-friendly init.lua. Read through the init.lua file in your configuration folder for more information about extending, exploring neovim. That also includes now adding popularly requested plugins. Okay, so we should read through the init.lua. Okay, that's interesting. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna search through the grep plugin. Okay, that's it. Lazy will install all the plugins you have. Use.lazy to view the current plugin status. Hit Q to close the window. Okay, getting started. Okay. Install the recipes below. You can find all specific installs. Windows installation. Install chocolate. Sudo app, blah blah blah. That's all. Okay. Why is the Kickstart a single file? Wouldn't make sense to split the multiple files configuration as someone use .glitter and spices for their own. Whereas learning neovim and Lua, you might consider splitting in .lua into smaller parts. Here we have alias, Kickstart, blah blah blah. Read through the init file in your configuration folder for more information about exam. Okay. So we got the same thing. Okay, so we should read the init.lua, which we did, and we get this. That's all. Kickstart the starting point. Kickstart to do the first thing you should do is turn on the command tutor in neovim. I don't know this means, type the following. What do you know? Blah blah blah. Next, run and help. Like this, start the file. I hope you enjoy your neovim journey. Okay, space as the letter key. Map leader. Setting options. Make line numbers default. Mouse mode. Don't show the mode. Sync clipboard. Enable break intent. Save under history. Decrease map. Configure how new splits should be opened. Okay. And that's a lot. Let's access tutor again. Here we have chapter 0. Command and modify the text. So we should actually search throughout this tutor beginner. Okay, let's search. Okay, search diagnosis, search files, search grep, search key maps, search neovim files, search resume, search select telescope, search current keywords, current words. So let's see current word. I'm gonna go for plugin. Kickstart debug Lua blah blah init.lua plugins custom. Nope, that's not what I wanted to search. Search in open files. Search recent files. Plugin. Init.lua. To update your plugin, you can run. Install your plugins. You can also use for plugins to share and put in. Okay, all of this. To check the current status. Okay, what about ads plugin? Nope. Plugin. I'm gonna go for the install section, I guess. Okay, that's a lot. Plugins. Okay, here maybe. Here's the way you install your plugins. Require lazy.setup. Can be added with a link or find the GitHub repo owner /repo link. Detect stop and shift width automatically. Plugins can also be added by using a table, with the first argument being the link and the following. Keys can be used to configure plugin behavior, login, etc. So it should look something like this. Okay, let's go into insert mode. Okay, space, another space. Okay, we're gonna need a string like this. Beautiful. And then here, it should be something like this. Maybe like this, maybe or not, I don't know. So require.lazy setup, and then this is open. Interesting. Okay, let me just add the name of it, the repo. Let's see what that does. I'm gonna leave it simple as that. Copy it like this. I'm gonna need a comma like this, and I hope this works. Please work. Please work. Please work. I'm gonna write. Okay, it's written. I'm gonna access lazy. Okay, I'm gonna go and sync. I hope it works. And I'm gonna click on update, install. Does not then. It does not show up. Okay. Which key? Lazy, blah. Widgets, guess indents. Okay, it doesn't work. Beautiful. Good to know. Guess indents.neovim. Plugins can be added with a link or a GitHub repo. Owner/repo. Link. What does he mean by that? Okay, let me copy this. Use .auto automatically pass options to plugin setup function, etc. Okay. That's quite interesting. So I'm gonna copy all of this, maybe. And we're gonna copy. Okay. Here is the guide how to do it. I'm gonna paste all that and see what's gonna happen. This is excellent since you have the source code for the plugin configuration with your Kickstart setup. You just need to insert the copilot.load specification into that list following the pattern of the other plugins. The file you've shown is exactly where you need to make the changes. Adding comport to the list. Okay, take your existing list and add entry copilot.load where you want it. A good place is right after the sample string entries like guess intent.nvm. It seems you already added this one. Detect tabstop and switch automatically. Okay, it's already there. It means Kickstart has already attempted to load it by the name. However, for features like custom key maps, auto triggering, you need table format like config or opts key. Okay. You can remove this simple string line if you use the table below. Okay, I'm gonna try to experiment with this and fuck my files over here, configuration files. Okay, so I'm gonna copy from this, see what's gonna happen. Detect blah blah. So we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, cool. Cool. Once you save the file, edit it. The one containing the required at least server call. Restart neovim. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. So like this, right? Okay. Everything is completed. And then I'm gonna quit like this. Then I'm going to restart neovim. Look, it works. It fucking works. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It works. But it's not loaded. It is not loaded, but it is installed. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm the GOAT. So it worked. That's beautiful. That was just beautiful. So I'm gonna run lazy is already running. I'm gonna select sync, all of that. Beautiful. And then I'm gonna run these commands. I hope it loads. Copilot auth. Let's see. Is it loaded? Let's see. Please be loaded. Please, please. Yes, it's loaded. Already up to date. Yay! I can't believe this. Okay. Copilot. But nothing happens. Yes, Copilot. Nothing happens, Copilot. Nothing happens at all. Was I just excited that way? But nothing happens exactly. So I'm gonna search open files maybe. I'm gonna search Copilot is disabled, not low. Copilot. Yes. Why do I get Copilot is this disabled? For some reason it is disabled. If I see a message could be an authentication issue. Follow the URL, okay. So we should find a URL, Copilot auth. Nothing happens. Okay, and then yes, Copilot. .log and not the German, not the JS version. Exits, no output. Okay, Copilot, yes. Control N and Control Y to select, and then auth. Nothing happens. Literally nothing happens. Okay, something happened, isn't it? I'm gonna leave it a little while. It doesn't work. Weird. And then Copilot. Okay, so this should be the plugin. I made GitHub Copilot for neovim actually useful. Next level neovim GitHub Copilot session management in LSP0. Then cursor AI.
In this video,
Okay, I'm gonna skip the blah blah blah. Get right into it. So he's loading this CMP nvim LSP. Return copilot.vm dependencies, blah blah, all of that.
short URL for GitHub copilot.vim. We can write that file, and then that's about it. We can quit and reload neovim. Copilot gets installed with
Oh, okay, so maybe what I have installed wasn't right to install. So here we have copilot.vim. This guy, Luana, zip. Okay, let's see. GitHub, maybe he has the link for that repo. Nope. So I should look for it myself. GitHub, copilot.vim. Copilot.vim. Let's see. There's a lot of things out there. So L3 MON. L3 MON. Okay, L3 MON. 4G3. Okay, 4G3. Cool. Let's see. So it's this guy, right? Cheap up. VM Linux, git clone, GitHub, compile vim.git. Backstart, troubleshooting. That's not it. That's not it. That's weird. Maybe it's this guy, snippet engine. It's not unreachable. Some kind of reason. Where did he brought this? Where? GitHub copilot.vim. So the basic thing is yes, GitHub copilot.vim. So this page has nothing. Okay.
And I gotta tell you, I love it. I use it every day in my day-to-day workflow, and I think it's amazing. So plugins to our I love how to install it and how I use it. It's pretty
cool.
simple. We can just go to the repository right here. For installing, it's pretty straightforward. We just want to copy.
I don't know why this guy has music in the background. And then
Now, I view GitHub Copilot as a completion source because essentially that's what it does. It auto-completes something based on the AI output of everything it sees around it in its
yeah, that's the most important thing that I want to do.
context. So I'm going to add this to our completions.lua configuration file. We just want to add another table and the short URL for GitHub
Copilot.vim.
copilot.vim. We can write that file, and then that's about it. We can quit and reload neovim. Copilot gets installed with lazy.
Okay, cool. That's kind of cool. So as simple as this. Okay, let's go over here. This is the file that doesn't do anything. Okay. I'm just gonna change over here. I'm gonna go into insert mode and change the repo name. It's gonna be GitHub copilot.vim as such. So this is the table that we're gonna have. Okay, so we're gonna okay, that's a mistake. Beautiful. That's the panel, whatever. I'm gonna write. It's written. We're going to quit. We're going to enter again. It's being installed this time. Okay, beautiful.
That file, and then that's about it. We can quit and reload neovim. Copilot gets installed with lazy, and that's about all it takes to install it. We can go back to the repository to check out how to actually initialize GitHub Copilot, and we can see down here, after you install it, you can start neovim and invoke Copilot setup. So that's what we'll do. Copilot setup.
Okay, let's do that. So it is clean.lua. Okay, beautiful. Let's do that. Copilot. And a lot of mistakes though. failed to run. Okay, it seems to be failed to run. Clean, blah blah blah. Oh, okay, let me just clean wherever. That's it. Okay. I could quit from neovim. I could go to Copilot, setup. Okay, there is no path found.
Authenticated as GitHub user CPAO. What does that mean? Well, I have already authenticated Copilot in my GitHub.
Okay, let me authenticate myself. Copilot auth. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Profile. If you haven't already done that, you can just go to github.com, click on your profile icon up here, click on your Copilot, and on this page is where you would see how to sign up for Copilot if you haven't already signed up. I already have an active Copilot subscription. You can see it right here on this page. If I didn't, it would prompt me to sign up for Copilot. This is where you would do it. I believe it's $10 a month right now. Personally, I find that it's very useful and I pay for it, but that's up to you to decide. And when
We're gonna use mostly local model for that. Real quick through this. Okay, that's bad. You shouldn't see that on stream, so I'm just gonna go and hide myself. Okay, go to my email. I showed my email, for fuck's sake. But it's fine. Go to the mail. Okay, not a big problem. I'm just gonna get a lot of spams, and you know, that's life. Okay, so this is the code. Paste that. Beautiful. So I'm signed in, so I could just get the screen back. Beautiful. So I'll click over here, profile. Copilot settings. Install Copilot in register, chat with Copilot, and start building with Copilot. Get started. Best practices, blah blah blah. Check. Okay, that's a lot. A lot of text. I'm just gonna get back. Chat with Copilot anywhere. Open Copilot chat notification or in GitHub. Visual Studio. We could start it with neovim. Okay. Start Vim or even in Copilot setups. Displayed can be accessed by pressing help copy from information. Interesting. Okay, I could have an idea. So this is the Copilot. I'm just gonna delete this as a whole. Okay, so this is the whole table. I'm gonna just delete it. I'm gonna go insert mode. I'm gonna delete all of this. Delete, delete, delete. Because it is just unnecessary. And we're gonna just delete it very quick. Delete all of that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. We're gonna need a string and a comma like this. Then we're gonna go and copy this. Go to our terminal, paste that over here. So everything seems to be fine. We are going to write and we're going to quit. And then we're gonna check lazy. Yes, exactly. Beautiful. Confirm, blah blah. So Copilot is gonna be over here somewhere. I don't see, oh, here we go. it started. So I'm gonna quit from lazy and I'm gonna go to Copilot, setup, and I get Node.js not found in path. Maybe I have to install Node.js for that reason. Let's see. Install Node.js, yes. Okay, Linux and Mac. I'm doing it for neovim, Windows, Windows. Okay. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna paste this. It does the work for me. Oh my god, that's a lot. And I'll have to pay $10 for this, for real. Okay, I'm going to quit, get in again. Copilot setup, nothing happened. I'm just gonna leave this though. The work, okay, it's loading. That's still nothing. It's not showing anything for some reason. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I'm just gonna quit the whole terminal. Hold on a second. So it's installed. Okay, so this should fix it. neovim. And then I'm gonna access Copilot. Setup, still nothing. Node.js not found in path. And that's annoying. Config pack, GitHub starts. Git clone, blah blah blah. GitHub Copilot vim.git. Install, install Node.js, so I have to install Node.js as well. Okay, let's do that. Okay, I'm going to copy this. Okay, so I didn't install Node.js. Okay, so this would install it. I thought I have installed it, but that was just not it. Okay, not a big ass problem. neovim with npm, all that. It's not with npm actually. I don't know. There was something, I don't know. So this has been installed, so we're just gonna clear. And then we're gonna open neovim and access Copilot and set up. Okay, first copy your own time codes. Please enter to open GitHub on your browser. Okay, not a big ass problem. We're going here. Okay, let me press enter. And he opened this, continue. Okay, so enter the code displayed in the app. Okay, this authorization was requested from Marrakesh in November. Make sure you trust this device. Authorize. Beautiful, congratulations, you're all set. Okay, authentication as GitHub user. Continue. Okay, beautiful. I hope I don't get hacked, because why not? If you have enough motivation, you could hack me, and please don't.
Once you've signed up, it'll give you all the instructions. Now, if you weren't already authenticated, which I am, it would have opened up Chrome and had you sign into GitHub. And then it would authenticate you, I believe, through a node process that will then store some kind of credential or token, and that'll be a long-lived token, so you're not going to be authenticating yourself every single day. That'd be ridiculous. But either way, that's all you have to do to install Copilot. You're kind of all set. Let me show you how it works really quick. Now, I could show you this in my neovim configuration, how it works, but it's a little bit more impressive to do it in maybe a JavaScript project. So that's where I'm going to go. So let's go to a component. Now with GitHub Copilot, as soon as you enter insert mode, it's going to try and guess based on the context of the file what you're...
Oh, so this is neovim for real. Look at his plugins. He has it like VS Code. That's crazy. This guy is crazy though. I'm gonna quit this. I'm gonna lock cd to PyCharm projects. So cd to PyCharm. Miss projects, okay. Yes, so I'm gonna cd to that 100 day. I'm gonna clear ls font list. I'm going to access For example, day 10, CG, I'm gonna need an empty string, beautiful, clear, less. I'm gonna access the calculator project, CG calculator project. I'm gonna need an empty string, so CG, beautiful. I'm gonna clear that. I'm gonna listen to this. So I'm gonna open neovim at main.py, beautiful. So here we could actually experience with the Copilot.
You're trying to type next. So if I enter a new line and start typing a new element in this JSX file.
Okay, let's see. Maybe over here. Okay, I'm gonna insert, type this, and type F. Nothing works. There is no suggestions. Oh, there we go. There we go. Is that AI or what? I'm going to print. Look at that, the AI works in neovim. Let's go. Oh my god, also completion AI is there. I don't believe this. And maybe I'm gonna do floats, results. It's AI, it's there. It's working, it's free. Man, love this. So I'm gonna quit without saving. Beautiful. So neovim is actually pretty much top notch. We still need to make it as beautiful as this guy. So look at this. It has this wave browsing. That's cool. It looks like VS Code or PyCharm, this browsing mechanism. So let's check if this guy has that. X, blah blah. Neovim. For noobs, free neovim course. So he does a course. Here we have the configuration. How to configure neovim to make it amazing, complete tutorial. So I'm gonna see what's the end result of this. The end result, please. I'm interested in the end results. Okay, so we are gonna make this in this tutorial. Beautiful. I hope. I hope we could do something like this. So I'm gonna add this to my plugins as well, because it seems pretty cool. Okay, this side panel like this. So I'm gonna take a break, come back, add this side panel. So we have also completion AI, and we're gonna make this side panel. Then it's gonna be like VS Code, neovim. Hooray! So we're back. I'm gonna add this to neovim, and then we are gonna start. Let me check. Yes, everything's alright. And then we're gonna start the Python project with neovim. Yes, very excited to do that. So this is the only guides that we should follow. Vim, map leader, show, cmd, backspace, blah blah, all of that, spaces, your first config file. So I'm not gonna config all of this from scratch. Where to put Lua files, all of that. Okay, so he just teaches you the very basics. Lua configuration in Lua, add packer.nvm. So he uses packer, which means this is pretty old, so we use old, right? Then we have nvm tree, graph box, and then we have packer. Okay, let's see each of these. So we have graph box, nvm. See what is this looking like. Okay, so this is the Graph.box, a part of Graph.box community theme to Lua. So it's just a theme, no more, no less. Okay, doesn't seem to be much of an important plugin. We have nvm tree, which I guess we do have as well.
So
we have nvm web. We have Lua lane. Okay, let's see.
like that. Next, we install nvim Lua line, which is a really cool looking power line type thing for neovim. Now, if we
let's check that. See how does it look. How does it type? Lua line. Interesting. Lua line. Okay, this is Lua line. Let's see how does that look like. Okay, I think we have that as well installed. It's not that important, so let's skip that plugin as well. Lua line, nvim, whatever, packer.nvm. Okay. And then he goes to the plugin. Okay, he sets up all of this with a require, etc. All of that. Okay, but how does he access that side panel over here?
space wholesale. Now, if we cd back into our base directory for neovim, if we open neovim, we can see that all of our plugins are automatically sourced and everything looks amazing.
Okay, how to do this? Help, it doesn't explain that. Even that was the very beginner tutorial. Okay, it's European ASCII, new tab, and how to get the same side panel on neovim as this. Paste this and enter it. Based on the image panel, you are seeing a file explorer with the neovim, the specific logo including the icons and color schemes. Suggested popular plugin is being used. The most common and popular file explorer plugin for modern neovim configuration is nvm tree, which is neotree. Okay, let me go to this and go to lazy and check if we have this neotree installed. Okay, neotree, nope, not a single one. I have copilots blank, guess indents, lazy, Lua, snip, maison xp config, blah blah, telescope, sp config, to do command, switch key. Okay. So we don't have it installed, which means we could actually quit from here. Go to our main directory, sorry. Should clear the screen. Okay, and I'm gonna access neovim again. Actually not neovim, not the very basic one. I'm gonna go to cg.config, yes, config, and then we're gonna go to neovim. and then I'm gonna go so I'm gonna ls, yes, okay, neovim nx.lua. Then we're gonna go and search for, using the grep search, I'm gonna search for copilot. Yes, exactly, so this one. So we're gonna add the same, which is gonna be, hold on a little second. Okay, I'm gonna insert smooth, beautiful, like this. Okay, then I'm gonna go to the neo tree, GitHub repository, like this. Okay, the first GitHub, beautiful. Nvim neotree.nvim, beautiful. Okay, so this is the plugin that I am willing to add because it seems way cool, and I'm just wanting to have it. Okay, so here we have the AI doing his suggestions, which I don't care about. So we're gonna make an empty string like this, and then we're gonna paste wherever we have, and then we're gonna need a comma, and after that I'm gonna need a column. I need to write and quit, and I'm gonna access the same session, and then it's gonna get installed, beautiful, and it started right away. Okay, okay, I'm going to quit from lazy. Okay, how to access this? Let's see, breaking chain, blah blah, etc. Installation. So where's the usage? Post installation. Okay, beautiful. So we're gonna have neo tree like this. This is how we're gonna go and spawn that. Okay, we're having exactly tons of errors. Doesn't seem to be working. Okay, module nui.line not found. Okay, that's interesting. So we're gonna quit. Seems that doesn't work. So the first thing, installation. This plugin relies upon these two excellent libraries plugins for all UI components. So we're gonna have to install this and this because it relies on them. There are also some optional plugins that work with NeoTree. Okay, so we're gonna install all of this. Beautiful to know. That's beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna copy like this. We're gonna go to lazy using this. We're gonna go and search using grep, copilot, and then we're gonna add an entry as well. Sorry, I don't want to do this. Okay, I'm gonna enter insert mode. I'm gonna need an empty string. Base what I have. Needed a little comma. Okay, so this is the first thing that we are going to install, and then we are going to install so this Muni, and then we're gonna install nvim Lua as well. So these are mandatory, and we should install them as well. So copy this. I'm gonna need a little comma. Okay, I'm gonna need to enter two strings, paste, comma, beautiful. Okay, profile icons. So I'm just gonna delete these two real quick. I'm gonna install this for the icons as well. Okay, vim tree web icons. Okay, an empty string. Paste that in the comma. Beautiful. That works. So we're gonna delete. So we're gonna go here for LSP enhanced renames, etc. So can also work with new tree for image previews. 3D image. Okay, that's interesting. We're gonna have this, and I'm gonna have this as well. I'm gonna install this real quick as well, like this. Copy Then we're gonna need this new string like this, paste, comma, beautiful. And I'm gonna need this 3D image. So we're gonna install all of these plugins. Base and a little comma, okay. Then we're gonna go and save and write this. And we could just install all of these plugins. Beautiful. Okay, and this, oh, so Herarox has failed for some reason. Okay, maybe I'm going to delete it. Build failed. Image, okay, not installed. Okay, so install neovim and LSP as well. Okay, beautiful. And Herarox didn't install. Let's see. Herarox. Okay, that's bad. That's bad news. So I'm going to quit from here. Failed. Rather than quitting, I'm just gonna go and restore whatever that was. Okay, clean. Check log profile, etc. Okay. So I'm going to quit from this. Need to quit like this. Okay. Search, and I'm gonna search for Copilot. Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to quit from here. Go to grep, go to Copilot. Okay, so add Copilot here. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, quit. So I'm gonna look for this manually. Not a big problem. Okay, so I'm going to delete this. It seems to be making some problems, and it has not been installed for some kind of reason. So we're not gonna use it. Okay, we have plenary, etc. Okay, let's check this. So we have Muni like this, neovim NVM. Then we have NVM Lua. Okay, those are the very basic ones. So I'm gonna delete these and see if the basic ones do get installed or not. Muni and NVM. Okay, beautiful. And then we have the new tree. Okay, beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna need to call them. I need to write and quit. Access this again. Go to lazy. Yes. I'm going to clean all of these. And I'm gonna go sync, install, beautiful. So I'm going to quit from neovim, and then I'm gonna access the neotree command line. Okay, let's see. Like this. Oh, it works. Let's go. So one plugin that I'm gonna add over here is gonna be for the icons, and I hope this works. So yeah, let's test that. Let's go. Okay, going to quit. I'm going to search using grep. Copilot. Okay. Okay. Not a big problem. I'm going to look for it manually, which I hate. Somehow that grip thing doesn't work. So we're gonna scroll down. Maybe I scrolled a lot down, so I'm just gonna get a little bit up. Up. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna add this plugin right over here for the icons, because I need icons. I live for icons. Okay, like this, an empty string, paste, and then a comma. And then I'm gonna need to write int quit. And I'm gonna go to lazy. Draw it, and then I'm gonna choose this, enter. Then I'm gonna go and update. I'm gonna go and sync. I'm gonna go and install. Seems everything is installed. Confirm. Okay, beautiful. So that's done. I could just access Neo tree, yes. But still there is no icons. That's not a big deal. Okay, so this is very useful. I'm gonna use it a lot to go through the files. Man, this is a huge tool. I just needed it. Beautiful. Guess it works like butter. Okay. But before that, I just want to access this each time I open neovim. So how to do that? It's gonna be interesting. Okay. Lazy, so branch dependencies, planary in a way, etc. Lazy.files, blah blah, all that. For example, vim, blah blah, age packages, new tree, setup. Okay, let's go. So we're gonna go to this video, and here we're gonna set plugins on startup. Let's see, completion engine also complete. LSP formatting, installing LSP, slow LSP, capabilities, key bindings, key maps, dependencies, plugins. Okay, over here it explains about plugins. Let's see.
The simplest way is to just pass an owner and repo link, like tpope/vim-sleuth. What this looks for is the GitHub repo under this owner and repo. If you'd like to pass
this is beautiful.
Something that's outside of GitHub, just give the entire URL and Lazy will download it from there. Many neovim plugins use a setup function to control both when and how a plugin is loaded. Because of how widespread this idiom.
Okay, so I want my plugin to start on startup. So I'm gonna need to play with the opts kind of thing. So we're gonna need to do a table kind of thing. So we're gonna replicate that. Actually, I want to use the search. I'm gonna search in open files. Go pilot. Nope. Go. Nope. Okay, there we go. So we found the Copilot thing, but that's not what I'm going to play with. So these are the dependencies that we need to add as dependencies. So I'm going to ask the AI to do this for me. So I'm going to go select since here and copy. So this just does yank. So it yanks what has been selected like this. You could do that by your keyboard. I know what yank means. It means copy. Some little bits advancing with neovim. Hahaha, lovely. Okay, so here I guess I'm gonna ask to how to add the opts and dependencies of the neo tree. I did this so basic like this, but make it better because I want neo tree to start and show up at launch of neovim. Okay, let's see. Please AI do that for me, please. Okay, so here we are using the branch dependencies. Okay, file system config require node.setup with desired configuration of go for research. Key map sources, file system, show file explorer, buffers, gits, etc. Okay, so this doesn't use the same language used in here.
Is Lazy includes support for this out of the box. The simplest way to do this is to use the ops keyword. And if you pass an empty table, that's like saying, hey, plugin, please load yourself with your default configuration immediately when neovim starts. To override the default configuration with the values you want, simply place those in the ops table. In this case, we're configuring get signs with what signs we would like to show in the gutter. But plugins can be configured with...
Okay, I don't understand this quite much. But here, it's a trick with the opts. So in here, see this going on. Okay, use ops to force a plugin to be loaded. Beautiful. So only this command line is gonna force to load it. This is beautiful. This is what I want. So I'm gonna go insert mode, and I'm gonna make a little curly bracelets over here, or brackets, whatever you call that. And I'm gonna need to hold on a second. Come on, man. It's a little bit hard to navigate, but I'm gonna learn that. It's pretty easy with time. We need a little comma over here, and then I'm gonna choose the opts function in the files, alt file, blah blah, all that. Okay, I'm gonna choose this like this, beautiful, in a little space. I'm gonna exit the insert modes and write and quit. Please, 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 doesn't work. Please, 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 doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? I don't get it. I should do it by myself like this, for real. This is way harder than I thought.
Immediately when neovim starts. To override the default configuration with the values you want, simply place those in the ops table. In this case, we're configuring get signs with what signs we would like to show in the gutter. But plugins can be configured with more than just tables. Instead, we can actually run Lua code whenever a plugin is actually loaded. Fortunately for us, this isn't VS Code, it's just Lua code. And we can do whatever we want. Lazy makes it very easy to control when and how the plugin's loaded, just like we talked about with setup. Because we can delay loading of a plugin to some later event, we can then delay the execution of the configuration until later as well. This helps improve startup time and also...
So here it used some key bindings for that. Interesting. This is a lot for me though. Which key ignore, which key ignore, code, document, rename, search, workspace, require, which key, register, which key. Then this is the plugin, useful plugin to show you pending key bindings. Events, if it releases the loading event to very lazy. Config. And we have a function, this function that runs after loading. Oh, okay, so we could add an event and a configuration. Ah, beautiful. So we can do this with so I'm gonna take a screenshot. This is gonna be beautiful. Hold on a second. So use it like this. Okay. We're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it over here. Then we're gonna go over here and search for Copilot. Beautiful. Then I'm gonna take another screenshot over here. Beautiful. I'm gonna copy this as well. So I have the plugin and dependencies on the second screen shots new tree, and pretty basic and has no events. Could you inspire from the configuration of the first screenshots to set the dependencies into their to structure the plugin of lazy, and I want to run this command of neotree. So I'm gonna go here. I don't know, here actually, yes, this command and this command. So I'm gonna take two strings like this and make a key binding to it that is fitting. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot, bruh. Dependencies, blah blah blah. Here we have opt, require, setup, sources file system. So here it says the screenshot has swim division. Ensure this is the correct repo. Set loading even if you want to load it later. Very lazy opt, empty opt stable if you don't have specific loading options. Require your new tree configuration option. Go here, for example, to set the default source, etc. Key binding setup often done separately or within the config blocks keys table. Interesting. So we're gonna have leader CMD, which is E. So we're gonna have an E for that. Let's see if the E is already used. Nope, it's not. It's not used, so we could use it. Okay, beautiful. So he didn't inspire from that, he just went full stupid like this. So because this AI is stupid, so we're gonna make the latest one, which is 3. No, take the same structure of this screenshot. I'm gonna go to upload a file, dolphin, go to pictures, screenshots. Then I'm gonna zoom a little bit There is no screenshots. Why? Where are my screenshots? Where do I put that? I don't know. It's not here, not here. Maybe I never saved these screenshots. Okay, that's why. I just copied them to the clipboard. Oh, interesting. That's why. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go over here, take another screenshot. I'm gonna cancel. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna take it from here to here, and boom. Beautiful, copy it. Go over here and paste it. The same thing, just replace, or I'm gonna say it simpler, copy and paste. So it's gonna copy and paste this. Let's see. It's gonna take a little while. I'm just gonna change the repo name over here. The dependencies, I'm gonna add them like this over here. It's pretty easy to do. Very easy. So yeah. So he copies whatever that is. New tree. Beautiful, he does that for me. Function. Config, so okay. New tree dot setup. Close the first window true. Close blah blah. File system, follow current file, enable true, and end. Then we have these keys. If we saw over here, we are having this register. Okay. Let's see what that will do. So I'm gonna copy all of this, and I'm gonna go and delete all of this. But before that, I'm just gonna take a screenshot of it. Like this. I'm gonna take a screenshot. And I'm gonna save it. It's saved. Open the folder. Okay, it's saved over here. Beautiful. So the screenshot has been saved. And we have copied this. Let me just make sure. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go and access neovim. And we are going to select all of these like this. Beautiful. And I'm gonna go and delete it. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna go and get into insert mode, and I'm gonna need a curly bracket over here and a little comma over here. I'm gonna maybe I'm not gonna need these. I'm just gonna paste whatever. Come on, man, we didn't copy that. Undo what I just did. Okay, I just undo that. Okay, why did we copy this? Okay, beautiful. Insert mode, delete all of this and paste. So it works. Okay. And we're going to save and quit. Okay, so the key point is going to be E, right? Nope, so doesn't do anything. Nah, it doesn't do anything. Not an integer command, new tree. Oh my god. We have ruined everything. Everything has been ruined. So I'm gonna go and search for a new tree. Yes. Doesn't work. Okay, that was stupid. Okay, let me see what I could do for this. Doesn't work at all. That's stupid. So maybe could we end on this? Yes, Perfect. I love neovim. He just remembered everything. So we have undone all of that. Okay. I'm gonna say to copy paste this. So I'm just gonna go download it. Download. Open this image, and I'm gonna need to copy this image to my clipboard. Copy. Beautiful. I'm gonna need to open new tab. I'm gonna say here with the light version. Copy paste. It's gonna take a little while. So we're gonna have this copy paste code. We're gonna copy it and paste it really quickly. Okay, I'm gonna copy all of that. I'm gonna go into insert mode and let's see. It didn't copy that as well, as good as it's supposed to be. So I forgot the bracket over here. No problem, not a big problem. Paste this. I'm gonna need to indent this correctly. Yes. Beautiful, it has been indented. It's supposed to be. Okay, so here we are going to change is in here. We're going to rewrite most of these. So we are in. Okay, I'm gonna undo that real quick. Okay, I'm gonna go into insert mode. I'm gonna change the repo name over here. I'm gonna change it to neovim. So I'm gonna just copy this real quick. Okay. Then we are in insert mode, right? Yes, I guess. Yes, we are. Paste. Okay, we have two of them. Then the branch, I don't care about that. The conf is gonna be that. I'm gonna need another one for the dependencies like this. I'm gonna access over here. Before the event, I'm gonna go like this and paste the dependencies. Okay. Beautiful. Seems to be just right. Okay, I could just make it like this. Okay. Okay, no, it's a big problem. Let's see if that's equivalent. Okay, good. So the event is gonna be that which they require, which key? Config. So that runs after loading. Okay, I'm gonna use this command, which is neotree. Yes, the neotree command. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna go into insert mode, change that to neotree. Exactly. I'm gonna choose this. Beautiful. And then I'm gonna change this as well. Require. Let's see if that works. If it doesn't, I'm just gonna leave it as it's supposed to be. I'm not gonna play with this that much. Okay, I'm gonna have E, and I'm gonna leave this as is. I'm just gonna delete all of these key bindings over here. I'm just gonna leave the first one. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so for this case, I'm gonna change the command line to neo. Let me see the command line over here somewhere. Yes, this one. And I'm gonna change it like this. Beautiful. I'm gonna see if that works. Let's see the AI and check if it's correct. So I'm gonna yank this, and we are gonna go to the AI and check if it's correct. Is this correct? Would this spawn the neo tree? Let's see. I hope it does. So it takes tons of time. Okay, no, that code is not correct. It will result in an error. Does not exist. You copy that syntax from the which key screenshot, but that function is specific to which key. It doesn't work inside NeoTree. No key binds your code, loads the plugin, but it never actually tells neovim that pressing should run the command neotree won't spawn the correct code. Okay, let's see what's the correct. This key section does two things. One, it defines the key bindings. It tells the plugin to load only when you press that key. Disk, Explorer, neotree, function. I don't care, bro. I don't care. I'm just gonna save and quit. See, and we have an error. Yeah. Failed to run config. So yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. I'm just gonna go to search. I'm gonna search Copilot. I'm just gonna reverse engineer everything. Copilot. Beautiful. So I'm gonna delete tons of these stuff. Okay, so we're gonna delete this. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna delete the events. I'm gonna leave the dependencies as the same, like this, and boom. I'm gonna write and quit, enter again. See if we have new tree. Beautiful, works like butter. Quit from it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna check on this guy. Maybe he has something he could teach us about the new tree. Plugins, blah blah blah. So let's check. So it installs nvim tree, nvim-tree.lua, nvim tree, nvim web div icons, nvim lua line.nvim. And then let me see if we have those dependencies. Okay, nope. Beautiful. Let's see. So we have nvim tree. We have this installed. We have nvim neotree. .lua. Okay. We have Ellison Liao Grovebox. Okay. Okay, interesting. nvim Lua line, we do have it, Lua plenary. We have nvim tree, web div icons is the same. And then Lua line, okay, interesting.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. So we just configs into that. Lua line, file name, etc. Require. So okay, here we have the key map. of that. Okay, let's see, vim.g.loaded.nitro, vim.g.loaded. So where is here? Here we have nvim tree.lua. Interesting. So I'm going to quit and save and quit, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this. I'm gonna listen to Lua, ls into Lua and Kickstarter plugins. So we do have NeoTree over there, so I'm gonna play with that. So nvim, okay, nvim, hold on a second, Lua, come on man, Lua, Kickstarter, plugins, NeoTree. Okay, let's see. So we have this, ops, we have the mappings, NeoTree, reveal. So these are the keys, which is CR. Okay, I'm gonna undo this. Beautiful, it has been undone. Okay, what is this? NeoTree reveal, CR. Okay, let's yank this and see how to access this. Which key should I type on my keyboard regarding? I didn't complete it. I'm gonna edit that. Yes, I did it. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. So you should type the blacks. Okay, interesting. Let's try that. The black slash. It does nothing. It does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let me see. Lazy. Hold on a second. Let's see if new cheese has been loaded. It is loaded. Backslash doesn't do anything. It does nothing at all. You should type the backslash on your keyboard. This is a new one command, NeoTree reveal, CR. Interesting. Interesting. Dependencies, return, blah blah. Nah, I don't think so. Well, what about E? So I'm gonna go insert into this and change this to E. So what's gonna happen? I'm gonna write and quit, enter again, E, nothing happens. Absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm gonna write and quit. Now to reveal the new tree. Hold on a second, new tree. And then type the configured key, normal mode, enter command line, need to reveal. Let's see how this looks like. So I'm gonna access this like that, like that. Yes, it does reveal it. But the key binding doesn't work. Using a pre-configured setup, many neovim suspension starts with configuration like blah blah. use this letter, which is N. The previous circle expression P, Q, P. Nothing. Okay, that doesn't work. I'm gonna undo all of this and quit. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this works. E doesn't work and doesn't do anything. Okay, interesting. Press CR to execute the commands. Press enter. Black slash does nothing. For the correct modes, check the plugin installation. Easy install, blah blah. And ensure it's listed. Okay, it is available. It works. Check the leader key. Okay, we're gonna go here, go to the key maps, somewhere, yes, over here. So let's see.
etc. We've included several key maps to help you get started using Telescope within neovim.
Okay, let's see these key maps. I'm gonna go and neovim into init. Not Lua, and then I'm gonna go and search about key map. Nothing in here. So all of these are key maps or what? Interesting. That's quite interesting though. Space, search, blah blah, events, neovim tree enable, blah blah, all of this. Key map, telescope built in, search, all of this. Interesting. Local built-in equals require. Interesting. Search and current buffer. Key map. LSP configuration. LSP plugins, okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. New tree, Go from it, go and search new tree. Neovim, blah blah, new tree. New tree, okay, .nvim. Neovim. Require Kickstarter plugin, new tree. Next step on your Neovim journey, add configure additional plugins for Kickstart. Here are some example plugins that I've included in the Kickstart repository and common. Any of the lines below to enable them, you'll need to restart NVim. Gbug. Okay, Gbug seems to be interesting. Let's uncommon this. I'm gonna enter insert modes, uncomment this, beautiful. Indent line, auto pairs, new tree. Okay, let's go here, add the new tree again, see. Okay, save and quit, access this again, beautiful. I could quit, okay. I'm gonna see here. Key map, blah blah, next start. Search for words, matching. Next word, right up. Okay, here are the key bindings. Next, last, jump. Add empty. Previous, rewinds. All of this. Interesting. Kind of interesting though. And I don't know.
Lots and lots of different things can be fuzzy findered, I don't know, searched for using Telescope inside of neovim. Not just files or help, but also your key maps or symbols in a project or diagnostics. You can even search through files. An example of using the options to customize Telescope's behavior is included in.
So it's talking about the telescope, which I don't care about. This is a lot though. No, advanced example. Auto commands, plugins. Change, add, text equals, blah blah. Plus. Delete. Add, change. Signs. Add get related signs to the gutter as well as the authorities for managing changes. Get signs to understand what the configuration keys do. Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna go to the help. Get signs. Let's see. Get signs set up. Add, change, blah blah. This is our optional configuration can be passed to this. Here's an example of the most default settings. Sign staged. Mapping. Custom map is going to be defined with on attached callback in the config table. This is a lot. Oh my goodness. This is insanely a lot of things. Crazy. Crazy, a lot. That's a lot. That's difficult though. What should we do? I don't know. Why did I delete that though? Why did I delete that, eh? That was weird. I shouldn't have deleted that. So the live is fine. Okay, good. Well, it's pretty late and we're in a rabbit hole that is actually not worth it because we could just do this end command line over here and up arrow and boom, we have it. And we could scroll through it and boom, it works, it's fine, I love it. And we could actually enter the insert modes, play with that, etc, etc. I could undo all of that and I could just quit and quit again. Beautiful. So I think it's enough for today. And yeah, that's not bad. We are having neovim installed and configured. And I guess I'm gonna stop at this line, and I'm not gonna go and configure neovim more. We have AI copilot inside of it for auto completion. We have a file manager, and yeah, that's all what I need from neovim. And yeah, that's it. So until tomorrow, we're gonna go and